Good evening. Good evening. It's good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to JC Sports Replays, where we have nothing to do this Sunday morning but relax, hang out with the wife and the dogs, and play some Strat-O-Matic Baseball. We're back from the diner, where we had a nice omelet breakfast with some cups of coffee. So I've got a weird amount of energy. And wife is food prepping for the week for us because she's lovely. Hold on. You're getting it all here, folks. Barking dogs, turtles, background music. Turtles. That comes later. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me get my chat screen set up over here so I can talk to the fine folks who come to visit me on this beautiful Sunday morning where I don't have to work and I'm feeling really hyped up about doing some play because I haven't gotten a lot of play in this week. Now the dogs are outside. They're still barking. But we're just going to kind of hang out this lovely February Sunday morning. While the wifey brings the dogs back inside. Just let them bark. Get them out of the system. It's nice out. You don't bother anybody.
You got it, my love.
And she's trying to protect the integrity of the stream, folks, but this stream has no integrity. So all it has is me and barking dogs and Strat-O-Matic Baseball. So seriously, I'm going to take it real easy this morning. I have preset a few games here in the American League in 1986, and we're going to get them set up for you. The first of these games is the long-awaited matchup between the 0-1 Kansas City Royals and the 1-0 New York Yankees. We're doing as played. We don't have any uncarded players for this particular game, so we're pretty set to go. We'll go over the lineup for the Kansas City Royals for you. All right. Leading off and playing left field will be Lonnie Smith. Batting second and playing center, Willie Wilson. The third baseman, George Brett, bats third. Hal McRae bats fourth and is your designated hitter. Frank White's the second baseman. He'll bat fifth. Steve Bye-Bye Balboni will play first base and bat sixth. Rudy Law is your right fielder today, batting seventh. The catcher, Jim Sundberg, bats eighth, and Angel Salazar, the shortstop, will bat ninth. On the mound for Kansas City, we have Charlie Liebrant making his first start of our replay. In 86, he went 14-11 with a 4.09 ERA in 34 starts. So that's what you can expect from Kansas City today. For the Yankees, as you can see, I've preset the cards. Actually, preset all of the American League games, remaining American League games for what is today anyway, Wednesday, April 9th. And I think we're just going to kind of hang out and play some Strat this morning. I don't think I'm going to break it up into different games or anything. I'm just going to take breaks as I need to and have it be a real free-form live stream where I just play Strat at my normal pace and talk to you folks. Well, a little slower than normal pace because I'll be calling the games, but in any case, your New York Yankees starting lineup. In center field, leading off, Ricky Henderson. At second base, batting second, Willie Randolph. Doing my worst Bob Shepard impersonation. Actually, this is my best Bob Shepard impersonation, but it's maybe one of the worst Bob Shepard impersonations you'll ever hear. In any case, batting third, playing first base, number 23, Don Mattingly. Batting fourth, in right field, Dave Winfield. Batting fifth, designated hitter, Gary Renicky. In left field, batting sixth, Henry Cotto. Batting seventh, playing third base, Dale Berra. Catching, batting eighth, Butch Weiniger. And the shortstop, batting ninth, Bobby Meacham. On the mound for your New York Yankees is Ed Whitson. Ed had a tough season. 5-2 record somehow in 4 starts. He obviously did starting and relieving. A 7.54 ERA. So that shows you how much a 1-loss record's worth. The guy pitched to 8 runs a game, or 8 runs per 9, and won 5 and lost 2. So 54 hits in 37 innings allowed, 23 walks. He's actually got a whip of about 2. So look out, New York. Could be an interesting one. Although apparently they found a way to win it. So I've enjoyed starting off our Ted Williams project. Having fun with that so far, but I'm happy to be back to 86 today for a few games this morning. So we'll get things started. Let's check out Whitson hold first before we get going, because both the Yankees and the Royals have speed. So Dick Hauser and Lou Piniella are the opposing managers. By the way, if you're interested, your umpires today: at third base, Rich Garcia; second base, Dale Ford; at first base, Rick Reed; and the home plate umpire calling the balls and strikes will be Greg Kosk. We're at a night game at Yankee Stadium with average weather, which means singles are 2 for left-handers, 14 for right-handers, and for home runs it's 14 for left-handers and 11 for right-handers. There's a nice crowd of 17,555 on hand for this early season April game. It's a little brisk in New York, about 41 degrees at game time. And as we were saying, Whitson and Weiniger combined for a 0 hold, which means -2, -4 when we apply it. And Liebrandt's a -4, with Sundberg's -1 is a -5, so -7, -9. They might have a shot at holding Ricky and Willie to a few bases. Hey, we got the wrong dice out. Let's switch these up for the Blues. Since it's Yankee baseball, we'll go into the Yankee cigar dice box, and we'll pick out some good ones. Let's get that white out of there too. I like to swap the dice out randomly and often to assure that basically, if the dice are in some way topped, that they don't affect the replay in the long haul. So by swapping them out frequently, we should overcome any misprints or misalignments on the dice. So, all right, folks. Without further ado, Lonnie Smith will be leading things off. He is a speedy left fielder. Ed Whitson right, and Smith also right-handed. So everything on the right side of the cards right now. That's a 2-6, and Whitson walks Smith to start this one off. There's a BB with a little first base marker. So here's an 18. Smith would be a 16 with a good lead. It's going to be a running kind of game for Kansas City. I like to hit and run, unless the good stealer can't get a lead. Well, in this case, an 8, he can't get a lead, and Willie Wilson's coming up. They will hit and run. The Royals going to try to get things going early here against Whitson. All right. So Whitson with the delivery to Wilson, a switch hitter batting left. And a 5-7. So that's going to be on the left-hand side. Ground ball, second base, X. The hit and run's not going to matter. He will not be responsible for holding the runner. So Willie Randolph's a 2E24. So a 20, that's going to be a G1, I'm sure. And a 10 on the E24 second base is nothing. So that's going to be a double play ball, folks. Willie Randolph scoops it, flips it to Meacham, and on to Mattingly at first. A 4-6-3 double play, and the runner is erased right away. 2 outs here now. Babe's chopping in the kitchen, if you're wondering what the background noise is, and currently she's crying from onions. So, all right, the left-handed batter, George Brett, will come up against Whitson with 2 outs and nobody on here in the first. That's a 1-9 against the right-hander. Grounded down to Mattingly. He ranges to his right, scoops it, and will flip to Whitson covering. And they'll go 1-2-3 the non-traditional way. Nothing doing for Kansas City, none left. The Yankees coming up to bat against Charlie Liebrandt. Liebrandt, the lefty. I'd like to try to neutralize those left-handed power hitters here in Yankee Stadium with a lefty, but they've got a good balanced lineup with a lot of right-handed power as well, and Henderson and Winfield. So their lefties are on the bench today. And here's Ricky.
Oh, my God.
Obviously the all-time leadoff man. How about a 4-9 right-handed? Single 1 to 17 are a line out to third. So this one is hit down towards Brett at third, and it's cocked, so we're going to re-roll. It's past him. So Ricky's on with a leadoff single, and Babe is having a really bad time with the onions. A -7 hold means Ricky would be at 12. They're actually going to keep him really close. Lee Brandt throws over several times here. And Willie Randolph comes up. Willie gets on base quite a lot. And he hits lefties really well. So we're not going to hit and run here. We're going to let Willie try to do his thing. Or are we going to hit and run? I don't know. We don't get a hit and run A very often. No, because I don't like Henderson's chances if he misses the pitch at all. So Willie, how about a 5-4 right-handed, grounded down to Brett at third. Brett's a 2E23. How about a 15-12? That's a G1. G1 nothing, so hey, we should have hit and run, folks, because that's a 5-4-3 double play. So the Yankees mirroring the Royals here in the bottom of the first with a no-out double play. And that'll bring up Don Mattingly. Mattingly, a very good hitting, possibly best player in baseball right now, coming off his MVP season. Lee Brandt delivers, lefty to lefty. That's a 3-7. He flops this one out towards center. Wilson's there, makes the catch for the third out. The Yanks go down, also non-traditionally in order, thanks to the double play. And Whitson will come back to the mound. By the way, Ed's fatigue rating is only a 4. Lee Brandt's is a 7, if you're keeping score at home. Here's Hal McRae, the designated hitter. Whitson delivers. It's a 4-7 against the right-hander. That's a base hit. McRae pulls it through the left side, and he'll be on with a single, leadoff single here in the second inning. McRae, no chance of stealing. And that'll bring up the slugging second baseman, Frank White. Whitson looks in from the stretch. He likes the sign from, what's his name? Weiniger. What's his name? It's good announcing. From what's his name? It's Bob Bucher-esque right there. That's going to be a ground ball back to Whitson. So let's see. Ed's fielding is not bad. He's a 3-0. And we've already got a runner. Shit. Where did it go? Yeah, it got away. It's under my chair, which would involve moving everything, so we're not going to do that right now. Fortunately, we have 100 of these. So Whitson, oh, that's cocked. So I'm going to re-roll a 20. That's a 15 on a 3-0 for Whitson. Run around first. It's a G2 and nothing. So I think we're going to get the force play at second. So Whitson fields it, throws to Randolph at second to get McRae, 1-4. And White reaches on the fielder's choice. So Frank's on. They'll hold him. He'd be an 11 if he got a lead, so he's not stealing. And here's Balboni, power hitter, with 1 out. Whitson delivers. Please stay in the box today. How about a 3-6? Right-hander. A line drive, but right at the third baseman, Berra. He takes it, and Balboni's retired for the second out. So here's Rudy Law, left-handed batting right fielder today. Rudy will move around in the outfield for Kansas City in all likelihood. 1 out, White on. 2 outs, White on first. The pitch to Law is a 1-5, single 1 to 17, or a line out to second. So this one's lined out. Randolph. He bobbles it. Nope, it's past him. So off his glove, he recovers quickly, but he'll have no play. So White to second, Law to first. The infield hit. It was hard hit and a tough play for Randolph. Took a weird bounce, too. And here's Sunburn. So the right-handed batting catcher. 2 on, 2 out. The dice are jumpy today. That's a possible pass ball on Weiniger. He'd be a 1-4. That is a pass ball, so the runners will move up. That's a 5, stupid. There we go. So the runners move up on the pass ball by Weiniger. Now it's second and third with 2 outs for Sunburn. How about a 4-9 right-handed? A fly ball out toward left field. Cotto is there and retires the side. So nothing doing for Kansas City, 2 left, and we'll go to the bottom of the second. The Yankees with Winfield, Renicky, and Cotto due up. Woodson gets out of trouble. Here's Liebrandt. See if he can keep this one scoreless. Winfield bats right. A very good hitter is Winfield. A 5-8. Grounded down to third. Brett's there. Over to Balboni, and Winfield's retired for the first out. Here's Renicky. Gary designated hitter today. Bats right. How about a 1-11? Grounder to short. Salazar is going to make the play. And Renicky's retired for the second out. Here's Cotto. Henry also a right-handed left fielder. 5-7 against the right-hander is a base hit up the middle. Cotto goes right back over the pitcher's head into center field for a base hit. He'd be at 20. With 2 outs, we're actually going to try to get Henry a good lead. See if he can get in scoring position. So he needs a 5. He gets a 3. No good lead for Henry. He's not going anywhere. And here's Berra. Liebrandt keeps a close eye on these speedy Yankee runners. No freebies here. Berra, the third baseman, bats right. How about a 4-10? Grounded down to short. Salazar has it and goes the short way to get Cotto at second. Berra, officially 0 for 1, reaches on the fielder's choice, and the Yankees leave one. We'll go to the third. Still no score. You'll pardon me while I wet the whistle. With a little bit of bowl and basket spring water by way of ShopRite. Perfectly fine and refreshing, and will keep you hydrated, folks, which is important when you're rolling a lot of dice and calling baseball games. So Angel Salazar is going to lead things off for the Royals, the number 9 hitter. Here's the pitcher from Woodson. It's a 1-8. Strikes him out. Ed's first strikeout of the day. I'll go back to the top of the order. It's Lonnie Smith. He walked so far today. How about a 6-6 for Smith? This one's hit in the gap. It could be trouble. A 1-1, double 2 to 20. Oh, it's all the way to the wall. It bounces around out there. By the time Henderson chases it down, Smith is into third ahead of the throw. So a 1-out triple for Lonnie Smith. Not likely to try stealing home, but they will bring the corners in to try to prevent the run. It's Willie Wilson coming up. Wilson could drop down a bunt here. He won't, though. Batting left against Woodson. How about a 5-5 against the left-hander shortstop X? Meacham a 4 E38. Uh-oh. And we rolled a 3. That's going to be a base hit, I'm sure. Single, the run will score. And an 11 on the E38. No error. But Wilson on the ground toward Meacham. It's past him, and Smith trots home. Wilson with an RBI single, and he's a threat to steal at 19. 17 after adjustments. If he can get a lead of 4-6. Did I roll the right dice there? Well, he gets a 5. Not sure if I rolled the 20. Well, it's going to be a possible pickoff. So Wilson has to dive back in, and he's back safely, but he's held very closely. So Wilson on first with 1 out, and here's George Brett. Brett 0 for 1 thus far today. About a 3-7 against the right-hander. This is lofted out towards center. Clutch does not apply here, even though it's a clutch symbol. So Brett is retired. And Wilson retreats to first. That'll bring up McRae. McRae 1 for 1 on the day. 1 run in, runner on first, 2-5. There's going to be a grounder down to third. Berra makes the play. Mattingly across the diamond. Retires McRae. But the Royals pick up 1 off Woodson here in the third, and they lead 1-0. So we head to the bottom half. It'll be Weiniger, Meacham, and Henderson. Weiniger will bat right against the lefty Liebrandt. A little bit better hitter against lefties. A lot better hitter against lefties, actually, although not much of a hitter at all either way. So 6-7 against the right-handed batting Weiniger. Ground ball is second base X. Frank White's a 1-11. A very good fielder. How about an 18-7? G1, as you might expect. And nothing doing. So White makes the play to Balboa to retire Weiniger for the first out here in the third for New York. That'll bring up Bobby Meacham, making his first at bat of the day, the shortstop. How about a 2-6 against the lefty? That's a base on balls. Meacham lays off. It's a little low. And Meacham trots down to first. Bobby can steal a little. He can also get caught a lot. He's not going to try against the -7. And that'll bring up Ricky Henderson. Man on first, one out for Henderson, who's 1 for 1 on the day with a single. How about a 1-4 against the left-hander? Ground ball, second base. White has it. He won't have a play at second, so Meacham advances. And he throws out Henderson in time for the second out. Babe's chopping vegetables for our salad for the week.
Sorry.
It's okay. Stop apologizing. I'm just giving a play-by-play. There is no expectation of quality here, folks. We're just having fun. If you don't like it, there's plenty of other shit to watch. If you do like it, thanks for sticking around. This is just me sharing my favorite hobby with you. So Willie Randolph will come up. It's Meacham on second in scoring position for Randolph. Willie grounded into a double play his first time up. It's a 3-10 against the left-hander. Ballpark single chance. Willie's batting right, so it'll be a 1-14. And nope. Line drive right to the shortstop, Salazar. And that's it. One left for the Yanks. They still trail by one. We'll head to the fourth. Sounds, with the Spanish music playing, it sounds like someone's beheading goats in the background. I don't know why it sounds like that to me. It just does. Frank White coming up. He reached on a fielder's choice, 0 for 1 today. Here's Whitson. Whitson's fatiguing here in the fourth, by the way. That's going to be a 4-10 against the right-hander. Catcher's card X. Weiniger is a 4-E3 at catcher. And that'll be a 1. That's trouble. And a 7. WS. Nothing. So WS, I have to remember. No runners on. Nope, that's not a rare play. A squib single. So a chopper in front of the plate for White. Weiniger fields it, but can't throw White out in time. Frank's on at first with a base hit. His first of the day. And so one man on for Balboni with nobody out. Whitson delivers. And that's a 5-3 against the right-hander. Left field X. That's going to be Cotto. He's at 2E5. Getting some next chances here today. How about a 4-9? F1, just barely. And a 9 on the 5 is nothing. F1 deep enough? Yeah, F1 all the way back to the wall. Who was that? That was Cotto. So he flies out to left. It's so deep in the corner that White tags. He was waiting and runs hard to second. So the flyout advances the runner. White now on second with 1 out for Rudy Law. That'll be a 4-12 against the left-hander. Strikes him out. Big strikeout there for Whitson. And that'll bring up Sundberg. Sundberg 0 for 1 today. It's a very bouncy field. 3-9 against the right-hander. Strikes him out as well. So Whitson gets out of trouble, gets through his first fatigue inning. No runs, 1 left. Yankees coming up with Mattingly, Winfield, and Renicky in the fourth. Donald Arthur will take his at bat. He's 0 for 1 today, flew out to center back in the first. How about a 2-12 against the lefty? Grounded down to first. Balboni feels it and flips to Liebrand to retire Mattingly, 1 away. That'll bring up Winfield. Dave's 0 for 1. He grounded out. A 2-10 against the left-hander. That's a base on balls. So Winfield trots down to first. All 6'6" gangly length of him. He'll hold him on. Liebrand with a toss over. Make sure Winfield's not going too far. And here's Renicky. Gary 0 for 1, grounded to short his first time. Well, if he does it again, this inning could be over. It's a 3-11. That's a ballpark single chance for the right-hander, 1-14. A 12, it's through for a single for Renicky. Winfield around second, he'll make it to third as the throw comes in, and it's first and third now. Royals with a 1-run lead. They'll be looking for a double play with Henry Cotto coming up. Reddicky will not be held. I don't believe. No, I guess they'll hold him to keep the double play in order. So here's Cotto, 1-for-1 today. I hold pretty much everybody who has any chance of stealing in most situations. It's a 1-4 against the left-hander. Tap back to Liebrandt. He fields it. That's an A. That is an A. He's going to whirl and fire to Salazar at second, onto Balboni at first. A 1-6-3 inning-ending double play. The run does not score. Officially one left. And the Royals hang on to a 1-0 lead as we head to the fifth. Been missing this, folks. Was looking forward to this game the other night. Wanted to do a doubleheader and was just too tired all week. 6-day work weeks will get to you. But I had some fun last night. I went out over to a friend's house and we played a board game. We played Whitechapel, which if you've never played it is the tale of the London constabulary from Scotland Yard trying to track down and catch Jack the Ripper. Fun game. Plays well and easily. It's pretty casual with enough strategy to keep you engaged. I wish there were some clue-like elements to it. Really all it is a location tracing game. But despite that, it's intriguing, easy to play, and flows well. So one player, of course, plays Jack the Ripper, and that makes it interesting because it's 4 against 1, and he's doing his best not to get caught. Jack the Ripper actually escaped us last night. We could not find him. He deked us out on the first couple of rounds, made us think his hideout was on one side of the board, so on subsequent rounds we kept to that area, and it turned out he had deked us really well. We were way off as to where his hideout actually was. So, well, anyway, back to the game. It's Angels Salazar leading off, to be followed by Smith and Wilson. Salazar 0-for-1 so far. He struck out his first time up. We need batters, Joe. You can't play without the cards. I mean, you can, but then you're just imagining it, which would be a whole different kind of game. Kind of fun, I guess, but probably not going to come out statistically realistic. Not with my addled mind, anyway. So Salazar up. Whitson, delivery, his second fatigue inning, 3-9. Strikes him out. That's, 4 strikeouts now for Whitson here in the fifth. And Lonnie Smith's up. Lonnie is 1-for-1, triple, a walk, and a run scored. About a 6-11 against the right-hander. Fly ball to center. Ricky says he has it, and with a little snatch catch, retires Wilson for the second out of the inning. Noah hates that shit, but Ricky catches it 97.8% of the time, according to StatCast, when he does the snatch catch. Well, here's Wilson. Wilson 1 for 2 today with a run scored. A run driven in. No run scored for Wilson. 5-11 against the left-handed batting Wilson. It's grounded down in Mattingly at first. Reliable defender, Gold Glove caliber is Mattingly. 1E6. 6-16. G1. G1 nothing. Mattingly takes it and steps on the bag to retire Wilson. A 1-2-3 inning for Whitson. He's pitching well today, despite his advanced billing on his card of that almost 8 ERA. And we'll go to the bottom of the fifth. Yanks trail by 1. They'll have Barrow, Weiniger, and Meacham deal at the bottom of the order. Here's Dale Barrow for 1 so far today. How about a 1-5? That's going to be a base hit for Meacham. Out toward the gap. Double 1 to 15. And no, it's cut off. He'll hold. Sorry, I said Meacham. Base hit for Barrow as the throw comes back in. So Dale's on first. Here's Weiniger. Dale being held. Weiniger's a terrible hitter. So we're going to hit and run here. There'll be a B with the hold. Liebrandt delivers. Hold on, possible balk. Liebrandt balks on a 1-2. Nope, no balk. So the hit and run resumes with Weiniger at the plate and Barra on first. Well, now it's on the pitcher's card on 11, on the right-hand side, 4-11. Fly ball out toward right. It's going to be no problem for Rudy Law. He makes the catch. Barra retreats to first. And not what Lupinella had in mind when he called the hit and run there. It's Bobby Meacham coming up. Bobby can't hit lefties to save his life, so he's also going to hit and run, folks. We're not going to bunt here. We'd rather roll on the hit and run chart or even the pitcher's chart than Meacham's card, if you look at that. So, Lebrant delivers a 110 on a hit and run C. Let's see, that's going to be lead runner. So, not a good result, I don't believe. Grounder to short. He goes the short way to retire Berra for the second out. Meacham will reach on the fielder's choice. So Meacham held at first. Here's Henderson. Ricky's 1 for 2. That's a 2-10 against the lefty. Triple 1 to 14, double 15 to 20. This is trouble. It's way out in the gap. Clobbered to left center. It's going to be one hop the wall and fielded well out there by Lonnie Smith. He rifles it back in. He'll hold Henderson to a double. Meacham's around third. We have to make a decision. So Meacham was being held to be -1, but there are 2 outs. So 1 to 15 -1 is 1 to 14. 2 outs gives it a +2. That's 1 to 16. And Smith's arm's a 1 to 18. And they're going to hold Ricky at second, I believe. Yep. So throw comes into the cutoff man, and the game is tied. Ricky with a RBI double. The Royals electing not to take a 10% chance there of getting Meacham at home. So with 2 outs, there's a run in. It's a tie ball game, and Henderson's out at second. They will hold him because Ricky's liable to steal third at any time. In fact, his chances are 15, but with a -9, it's only a 6. Really good battery here. So Lebrant steps off. Henderson back to the bag. Randolph in the box. He's 0 for 2. Willie waits for the pitch from Charlie. Looks like a 2-6 against the left-hander. Base on balls. So maybe paying a little bit too much attention to Henderson at second was Lebrant, and now he's got a problem. He's got first and second with 2 outs, and Don Mattingly to the plate. Mattingly thus far 0 for 2. Lebrant likes the sign, glances at Henderson, and delivers from the stretch. It's a 5-8 against the left-hander. Strikes out Mattingly. Great pitch, tied him up inside. Don could not turn on it. He was badly fooled for the 3rd out of the inning. But the Yanks score 1 on the Henderson double. And it's a tie ball game as we head to the 6th. Good morning, Strat-O-Matic Universe and baseball, aka Sports Sim, aka anybody who likes YouTube. On this lovely Gonzo stream on a Sunday morning before the big game later this evening. I was thinking about playing some football today, but I think we're going to get enough football tonight. So we're just going to kind of crank out some 1986 games, at least this morning. And then if I feel like changing it up in the afternoon, I may. But for now, we're going to go to the 6th in this tie game between the Royals and Yankees. Royals are going to send up the heart of their order against Whitson, who goes into his 3rd fatigue inning. 4, 5, 6. He could go one more if he doesn't give up without getting tired, because it's POW +3 prior to 2000. So Whitson could go 7 without fatigue if he continues pitching well. He's going to face Brett, McRae, and White. So this is a test inning for him. Whitson ready. Brett waits a 4-7 against the left-hander. Double 1 to 14 single. That's a 2-base hit for Brett. Into right center. Ricky cuts it off, gets it back into the cutoff man, and Brett pulls up at second to stand up double to lead off the 6th.
Hey, babe, is it okay if I use the food processor?
I guess, yeah.
Sorry.
It's going to be bad?
Huh?
It's going to be loud, right?
No, I'll try to be quick.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, here's Hal McRae. It's going to be a 1-2. We're going to take a little... Can I mute this? I don't know. Well, we'll see what it is. Babe's going to use the food processor. We'll try to work around the crowd noise. It's going to be Hal McRae against Whitson with Brett on for second base, pardon me, with nobody out. How about a 2-9 against the right-hander? This one's on the ground at third. Brett will have to hold. It's fielded by Berra over to Mattingly to retire McRae for the 1st out. Here's Frank White. White 1 for 2 on the day. How about a 3-4? Grounded to second. Brett's going to advance. Randolph to Mattingly to retire White for the 2nd out. So Brett down at 3rd now, and here's Balboni. Whitson trying to get through the 6th. He's looking sharp so far today. How about a 6-9 against Balboni? Well, that's a base on balls. being a little careful with Balboni. Not a terrible play against the power hitter with Rudy Law, but Law can get a base hit. And he bats left, which gives him a little advantage. Law, by the way, weak power, if you were wondering. So first and third, 2 down. Here's Law. It's been a while since we had a jumper. That was pretty good. 6-5. That's the problem. It'd be normal home run. He does not have normal power, so it's going to be a single 1-16 or a triple 17 and up. That's a base hit for Rudy Law, and that's going to be all for Whitson. 1 run will score. And the Royals take a 2-0 lead on the RBI base hit by Rudy Law. So Whitson goes 5 2/3. More than we had any right to expect from him. That's not too bad. That's a quiet food processor. They're just being awfully respectful of us. Thank you very much, babe. We respect her a great deal because she's making our food for the week, and who can complain about that? That's not the team you want to put Whitson on. He did not get traded to the Royals, in case you're wondering as I shuffle my cards here. They did not trade him as soon as he finished his outing. That would be amazing, but didn't happen. Who would they get back anyway? They're not going to give him Lebrand. So Whitson's day is done. It's a tight game here. They're actually going to have to look for some length. They have everybody. The only person who's pitched for them in the first game was Righetti, and of course he'd be available again in a save situation. There's a lot of righties out there, I believe. Well, it's a decent mix. 3 righties coming up though, so oof. Yankee bullpen's not deep. Well, they're going to go Brian Fisher. Not a deep pen for the Yanks. Probably why they didn't win the East, although it's a very competitive division. So Fisher's going to come in. And he is a 5E15 with the 2 for 2, excuse me. And he'll face Sundberg with 2 down and runners on first and third. So here's Sundberg. Jim 0 for 2 today, struck out his last time up. 1-5 against the right-hander. That's a base on balls. That's going to load him up. So maybe they rushed Fisher, getting ready. Brian walks the bases loaded. And it's Angel Salazar. Well, if you got to pitch to somebody with the bases loaded, Salazar is the best choice you can make here on the Royals. But you'd still rather not be here. The Yanks trying to keep this one close, trailing 2-1 in the 6th. Fisher to Salazar. How about a 2-6? That's grounded back to Fisher. He picks it, tosses to Mattingly, and plenty of time to retire Salazar for the 3rd out of the inning. So 3 left. Fisher gets out of trouble, does his job. But the Royals pick up 1 and lead by 1, 2-1, as we head to the bottom of the inning. It's going to be Winfield, Renicky, and Cotto due up against Lebrand. Here's Dave. Dave is 0 for 1 with a base on balls today. How about a 2-10? Base on balls again. Dave getting those low calls, his lanky frame is deceptive to the umpires sometimes. Lebrand thought he had a strike there, and if Winfield was 6 inches shorter, it probably would have been. Here's Renicky. Winfield on first. Renicky 1 for 2. How about a wobbly die? 6-7 against the right-hander. Grounded to second base. X. White is a 1-11. And 2 is going to be problem. 2-7. Is White responsible for holding Winfield? Hold on. He is 3E7. Therefore, we rolled a 2 on a 3. That's a single 2. And a 7 on an E11, did I say? Yep. It's a base hit for Gary Renicky, his 2nd of the day. Winfield over to 3rd here. Nobody out. We're in the 6th inning. It's not a fatigue inning for Lebrand, but he's got problems now. They're going to play for 2, try to keep a big inning from happening. So it's going to be Cotto coming to the plate. Henry is 1 for 2. Winfield on 3rd, Renicky on 2nd, nobody out. The pitch from Lebrand, it's a 3-8. And that's a ground ball to short. They're going to get what they wanted. It's going to be a 6-4-3 from Salazar to White to Balboni to double off Renicky, but the run will score, which the Yankees are happy about. Now it's a tie game, folks, here in the bottom of the 6th. 2 apiece. And Dale Barra coming up. Dale's 1 for 2. How about a 3-5? A fly ball to left. Lonnie Smith is there and makes the play. For the third out of the inning, the Yanks pick up 1, and we're tied as we head to the 7th. Brand new ball game, folks. Fisher comes out for his technically second inning of work, although he's only thrown to 2 batters and only gotten 1 out. Hey, Larry, good morning. Welcome to our Saturday morning Strat-O-Matic, Sunday morning Strat-O-Matic. I wish it was Saturday. I'd be at work, though, if it was. These weekends, starting to feel like a 30-minute lunch break, as somebody said. They go by awfully quick. There's some background noise, folks, if you're listening, and I appreciate your patience with it. The babe is food prepping for us, and I'm not going to complain about it because she cooks good. And I like to eat, so I like to eat healthy, too. She does a great job with taking really, really good care of us. She is the practical one, and I am the director of festivities, if you haven't figured that out by now. So, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Strat-O-Matic Toys R Us kid. It'll be Brian Fisher on the mound to face the top of the Royals lineup. It's going to be Smith, Wilson, and Brett. Lonnie Smith, 1 for 2 today, tripled and scored a run. Also drew a walk earlier. Fisher, in relief of Whitson, at 3-9. Strikes him out. Smith is retired for the first out here in the 7th. Weekends do go by fast. You're going to sit back and listen and drink your morning coffee. Well, thanks, Larry. Appreciate that. Glad to have you on board. Well, here's Wilson. Wilson 1 for 3, drove in a run. 1 out, and Fisher delivers the pitch. 3-2, ground ball down to third. Berra's there over to Mattingly, and Wilson's retired. Quick 2 outs here for Fisher. He's now into his fatigue because he's retired 3 batters, and he's a fatigue 2. So it'll be it'll be Brett coming up with 2 down. George 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. The left-hander waits. It's a 3-6 against the righty. Pops this one up on the infield. Mattingly over a little towards second, calls everyone off, and they give way to the captain as he makes the catch. I don't remember if he was the captain in 86. Probably not. I think it was a little later that he was named the captain. I don't remember the exact year. I could look it up, but I'm not going to. Oh, Captain, my captain, in all of our hearts. Mattingly, maybe the most beloved Yankee of my lifetime. Jeter's probably surpassed him, actually. But not for me. It's still Donnie Baseball. He should have had a world championship in 94. Although those Expos would have been tough to beat. Maybe that'll be our next project. I have that set in APBA. Hey, Jester, good morning to you. You can call me Joe or JC. It doesn't matter to me. Would have made more sense probably to name this Joe's Sports Replays, but that seemed slightly more generic than JC Sports Replays. Call me anything but late for dinner, if you want to be corny about it. I have certainly been called worse. Well, the 7th inning stretches, Jester joins us, folks, and if you have not given ID Jester's channel a look, please do so. Very good, diverse broadcaster, plays a lot of different stuff. Everything from Strat-O-Matic and other sports sims up to some war games, which are fun to watch. Getting my education that way about a hobby I have not yet gotten into, but I'm interested. In any case, the Yankees will send up Weiniger, Meacham, and Henderson against Liebrandt. Liebrandt now in his fatigue inning. It's POW of 7. And that's a little runner there. How about a 3-6 against Liebrandt? Grounded down to third. Brett is there and fires to Balboni. Weiniger retired for the 3rd time today, 0 for 3. Here's Bobby Meacham. He's 0 for 1. Walked and scored a run. With 1 out, Liebrandt delivers. A 2-2 game here in the bottom of the 7th. 2-12, and Meacham lays off. He got a Winfield walk there, a low ball that Liebrandt thought was a strike. So Meacham's on with 1 out, and here's Ricky. Ricky's 2 for 3 today. Doubled and drove in a run his last time. Liebrandt likes the sign from Sundberg, and he's from the stretch. How about a 4-5 against the right-hander? Ground ball shortstop X. Salazar. Holding anybody? Nope. So a 3-E16 for Salazar. How about an 18-9? That's going to be a G1. The G1, nothing. That's going to be a double play. That's going to be a 6-4 to 3, very crisp double play to get Henderson and get out of the inning. So Liebrandt through 7. Looking strong. It's 2-2. We'll head to the 8th. Fisher will come out for another inning of work, that is, not come out of the game. He'll face the heart of the order, McRae, White, and Balboni. So, Fisher has faced 5 batters so far, retired 4 of them. He is in his fatigue inning. McRae waits, he's 1 for 3. A 2-2 game here in the 8th. Both teams trying to gain an advantage. It's a 2-3. That was a goat being beheaded in the background. Pop out to third for McRae. No problem there for Dale Barrow to make the out. 1 away. Here's Frank White. Frank's 1 for 3. Singled back in the 4th. 4-9. A fly ball to right field. Winfield ranging over. It looks like he's got it, and he does for the second out of the inning. So Fisher looking good out here. Well, he probably just jinxed him because here's bye-bye Balboni. Don't roll a high 3. That's all I can tell you there, Brian. Ryan Reddy likes the sign from Waniger. From the windup. That's a 6-12. That'd be trouble in any of the universe, but we have no injuries in this particular replay. We're going as played. So the fly ball to center field. Ricky is there. And a 1-2-3 inning for Fisher. He's retired 7 of the 8 batters he's faced. And the Yankees will try to gain an advantage in the bottom of the 8th. Liebrandt coming out to do work against Randolph, Mattingly, and Winfield. Willie Randolph is 0 for 2 today. He walked and grounded into a double play. He can't ground into a double play now because there's nobody on base. The umpires are not quite that incompetent. Rick Reed doesn't like that, but nobody cares. Liebrandt delivers to Randolph. Hits a 2-4 against the left-hander, and there's a base on balls. Almost gave Rudy Law a walk. So Willie reaches for the second time today on 4 straight balls. Liebrandt might be getting a little bit tired. Willie will be held on first for Mattingly. Donnie Baseball is 0 for 3 today. He struck out. Yeah, get that one. His last time up. How many times did he strike out in 86? 35? Yep. 35 Ks. I think he struck out twice in the first 2 games, so he is ahead of the curve, so to speak, in a bad way. It's very, very hard for Strat to replicate the low strikeout guys, though. Well, Mattingly is ready. Randolph on first. Being held, Liebrandt keeping a close eye on him. A couple of throws over. Here's the pitch to Mattingly. How about a 3-8? Uh-oh. Grounded down to first. Balboni's there. He fires to Salazar short and back to Balboni for the 3-6-3 double play. So Mattingly not having a good day at the plate. Liebrandt seems to have his number. And somehow Bob Shirley and Doug Drayback and those guys got in here. Hold on. Little card misordering. So 2 quick outs now for Liebrandt in the 8th, thanks to the double play by Mattingly. And it'll be Winfield. Dave is 0 for 1 officially. He's walked twice and scored a run. How about a 4-11? The fly ball out toward right. Medium deep. It should be no problem for Law, and it isn't. Can of corn to retire the side. So a 1-2-3 non-traditional way for Liebrandt here in the 8th, thanks to the double play. We've got a 2-2 game heading for the 9th, folks. Fisher pitching well. He's gone, let's see, 2.1, so we can get a little bit more out of him. This should be his last inning of work in all likelihood. And he's going to face the bottom of the order, Law, Sundberg, and Salazar, maybe. He's definitely going to face Law. Rudy bats well against right-handers. Today he is 2 for 3. An RBI and a strikeout. He'd like to get on as leadoff man. A 110 against the right-hander, and he will. This is trouble. Clobbered out toward right center field. Triple 1-19, double 20. Who's out there? Henderson and Winfield converge. Nobody's going to get it. It's going to one-hop through him, and Henderson has to chase it down. But it's going to be bad news, folks. By the time he gets the ball back into shortstop, Rudy Law is on with a leadoff triple. The Babe says, I got to sneeze. God bless you. The dog would like to go in his crate. Babe double sneezes for effort.
No, he wants cucumber.
Oh, he wants cucumber. Oscar wants cucumber. Midge likes to torment him. Oscar eats his food really, really fast. Oscar scarfs his food down, and Midge likes to savor it just to torment Oscar. So she is now sitting on the couch with the cucumber in front of her, and Oscar's losing his mind because he can't have another cucumber. This is what happens while we have a leadoff triple for Rudy Law. And now a fly ball will tie this game, or will give the Royals the lead, pardon me. It's tied 2-2. The infield has to come in here. It's going to be Jim Sundberg. They're going to keep him in. He's a decent bat, but a better catcher. And all he needs is a fly ball or a deep ground ball. Might get through. So, Fisher ready. Sundberg waits. How about a 5-5 right-hander? Well, forget ground balls, folks. This one is hit deep to left field. Normal home run 1-12, or it's going to be off the wall for a double. What will the blue 20-sider say? It's gone! Fisher ran out of gas. Put one right over the heart of the plate, thinking too much about that runner on third base. And just like that, it's 4-2 Royals. A 2-run homer for the catcher, Jim Sundberg. His second of the year already in 2 games, I believe. So Sundberg liking Yankee Stadium and this Yankee pitching staff. That's going to be it for Fisher. He did a good job until those last 2 batters. And Lou Piniella might have left him out there a little too long. Well, now the Yanks trail. And you'll have Salazar, Smith, and Wilson coming up. And who are they going to throw out to probably mop this up? I think it's going to be... I can't help you, Oscar. Either go get... She's a third your size. Just take the cucumber, my man. He's too sweet. He won't take the cucumber. It is gone, Jester. So the Royals threatening now to even this series at 1 game apiece in the opening days of the season.
Not the paper, you dope.
And who are the Yanks going to go with?
Get it?
I don't like that one. I don't like any of them, to be honest with you. Well, they're going to try to keep it close with Scott Nielsen. So Nielsen will come in to relieve Fisher. Pardon me. Fisher went, let's see, 0.1. He went 2 1/3.
More fast.
Well, like 5.5 there. Fisher went 2 1/3. It'll be Nielsen in relief to try to staunch the bleeding and give the Yankees a chance in the bottom half. The dogs are derping around trying to get a cucumber right now. It's become chaos here in the JC living room. Salazar up, nobody out, 2 runs in. 0 for 3 is Salazar on the day. He struck out twice. Nielsen with his first pitch to Salazar. How about a 6-9 right-hander? He has weak power, so that's going to be a single on a 1 or a double 2-20. Again, hit out toward the gap, and it's going to get in there. A 2-base hit for Salazar. So 3 straight extra base hits here, a triple, a homer, and a double for the Royals. Salazar at second with nobody out. And he's in scoring position for Lonnie Smith. Lonnie's 1 for 3 today, a triple, a run scored, and a walk. He struck out his last time up. Nielsen to the right-handed Smith. How about a 5-8? Grounded down to short. Looks like, well, it would be a double play ball, except Salazar's already at second. He'll hold as Meacham fires to Mattingly for the first out of the inning. Nielsen breathes a sigh of relief. So does Lou Piniella, but might be too little too late. Here's Willie Wilson, 1 for 4 on the day. Drove in a run. Nielsen, 4-10. Left-handed. Ballpark single chance. Lefties only a 2. Can that be right? It's a 14 for righties, but a 2 for lefties. I just got to double check that. On an average day in April, here in Yankee Stadium, that is accurate. Lefties don't get a lot of base hits here from the ballpark. Makes Mattingly's batting average all that more impressive. So a 3-10. I guess there's not a lot of room out there to cover. 3-10 against the right-handed Nielsen. What am I doing? Oh, I said ballpark single already. Sorry. That's a 17, no single for Wilson. A line drive to Randolph for the second out of the inning. Salazar holds, and here's Brett with an RBI chance. He'd love to extend the lead. Royals already up by 2, thanks to that Sundberg home run just a couple of batters ago. Salazar waits at second. Brett waits for the pitch, and Nielsen delivers. 5-11. That's a ballpark homer. A 1-14 for Brett. This one is high and deep to right field. Winfield going back. Will he run out of room? No! Makes the running catch on the track to retire George Brett. Brett gave it a ride, but ran out of room on this cool April evening. The Royals add 2 and now lead 4-2. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Let's see who their closer might be. It's Steve Farr, is it? Oh, it's Quisenberry. We're going to go Quisenberry, I think. Could be Farr or Quisenberry. We're going to go Quisenberry against this primarily right-handed Yankee lineup right now. So Liebrandt goes 8. He stands to win it. Dan Quisenberry. Sounds like a Sairil, but he's a pitcher. He is a 2E18. We'll try to shut it down for the Kansas City Royals. Got to get Liebrandt out of the game. Give me a sec here. We'll do some card shuffling. Otherwise, after the game, it takes me a really long time to figure out where the hell everybody is. So I try to keep them in order during the process here. So Liebrandt goes back in the rotation. These guys go back on top. And for the Yankees, it's going to be Renicky. Renicky, Cotto. Probably going to pinch hit for Cotto. And Barrow, we're probably going to pinch hit for Barrow. So let's see who comes out on deck for Cotto. There's a lot of lefties on this bench. They might pinch hit all the way through, actually. Well, Renicky does get on base against right-handers. Mike Easler grabs a bat, and he will come out on deck for Cotto. So Cotto's day will be done. And Easler will take his place. And we'll see about the next batter after we find out what the situation is. When you do as played, most of the time you ignore, but there are times you just like the injury one out of the game only. Yeah, I've done that too. Larry. I've just chosen to ignore them here for simplicity's sake. I'm also not looking at the box scores to see who really played during the game. Basically, I'm doing the trades as they occur and making up the 25-man rosters as I see fit. I think it was actually a 24-man in 86, but we're doing 25. Just based on carded guys, because otherwise sometimes the rosters can be a little short because we're missing some guys at certain times of the season. I'm not even tracking their real injuries. I just will know if they didn't start. So like if somebody like Brett's out for a while, he may be available on the bench, even though he was injured in real life. I just want it to be close. I don't want it to be exact, Somebody's got to make up for all those uncarded at-bats. And I don't like doing nameless players, and I don't like going to the card viewer app. So I don't think guys who had 11 at-bats during the season make a significant difference. Well, anyway, now that we're off that platform, so you guys know what my process is, it's going to be Renicky and Easler on deck against Quisenberry. Dan's ready. He's taking his warm-up pitches. Renicky, so far today, 2 base hits in 3 tries. Also why we didn't pitch hit for him. He's seeing the ball well, and a 2-7 against the right-hander. Well, he's seeing the ball really well. Quisenberry is a little wide with that one, and Gary takes the base on balls. Renicky a decent runner. So Easler's going to come up, and Berra also going to come out. So on deck, instead of Berra, we're going to see, got a couple of choices here. I'd love to put Hassey out there, but I don't like using my backup catcher unless I have to. Ken Griffey is going to be on deck. Ken Griffey Sr., that is. Junior, not yet a major leaguer. Ken starting this season with the Yankees, the veteran outfielder. Grabs a bat and waits on deck. So Renicky is on first with the base on balls. Here's Mike Easler. Easler's first at bat of the season. Had to go open a Christmas gift. Daughter's visiting family. Very nice. What'd you get? Anything good? The best part is your daughter visiting, right? So, very cool, Chester. Merry Christmas here in February. So here's the pinch hitter, Easler. Quisenberry looks in. Renicky being held close. They want to keep the double play in order. That's a possible wild pitch. Quisenberry doesn't wild pitch, so we'll re-roll the 6s. A 3-10 against the right-hander. Well, that's a single. And Quisenberry not looking sharp. By the way, he's into his closer rating now as of this batter. Renicky over to third. Easler will stop at first. Let me do this. It's going to make my life easier. So Easler comes through with a pinch hit single, first and third now. The runner on third doesn't matter. They're going to keep the double play in order, and here's Griffey. Weinecker, the catcher, is on deck. Lou Piniella may be playing his cards close to his vest, wants to see the outcome of this at bat before he decides who's going to come in and pinch hit for Weinecker, because I don't think he's going to let Weinecker hit. Piniella decides that the announcer needs a little drink of water. We've had a close one here, folks, and an exciting bottom of the ninth. The Yankees trail by 2. They have 2 men on. Easler at first, the potential tying run. That's actually... Pinella's thinking about pinch running for Easler. And he will. Mike Fischlin will come in and pinch run for Mike Easler. A little bit more speed in case of a double no asterisks. So Easler's out. He was A. Griffey the B. The C will go all the way down here, and that is Fischlin. And he is pinch running. So Griffey steps to the plate. Quisenberry looking for a double play. The pitch from Quisenberry to Griffey. How about a 5-11? Grounded down to first B. We got to check the chart here on an infield in. I don't know it by heart. First and third infield in B. Batter safe, lead runner out, other runners advance one base. They make the play at home. So that's going to be a 3-2. Sundberg applies the tag, and Renicke's retired. Fischlin on the second, and Griffey reaches on the fielder's choice. So lucky they didn't get a double play there. First and second with 1 out now. Weinecker due up. We're going to have to see who hits. It's not going to be Weinecker. It's going to be Danny Pasqua. A lot of lefties on this bench for Piniella. He had a righty-heavy lineup against the lefty starter Liebrandt, and now he's pulling out all the stops. His third base change in this inning, or player change in this inning, it'll be Dan Pasqua to make his first appearance of 1986. One of my favorite cards from the original 1986 set. Good morning, Glenn. How are you, sir? Thanks for joining us today. We've got a tight one. It's 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth. Dan Quisenberry on the mound trying to close it out for Kansas City. Mike Fischlin at second. Ken Griffey at first. And Dan Pasqua pinch hitting for Butch Weinecker right now against Quisenberry. So Pasqua settles into the left-handed batter's box. He's thinking about that short porch. He definitely has normal power. Quisenberry ready. Doesn't really matter to him on his card whether it's a righty or a lefty. How about a 4-7 against the lefty? That's a base hit for Pasqua up the middle into the gap. It's going to get deep. Fischlin scores easily. Griffey to third. Still 1 out. Danny Pasqua has an RBI base hit. Pinch hitting. And now it's 4-3. Still just 1 out. First and third, they're going to have to play the infield in. And it's Bobby Meacham due up to hit. I don't know if we can pitch hit for him. Well, we could. And we will. Piniella not going to be happy with his defense if the Yankees don't find a way to win it in this half. But he's going to bring in Pagliarulo, another lefty. Oscar really wants that cucumber. He's very excited about this Yankee rally here in the bottom of the ninth. Pagliarulo will pinch hit for Meacham and probably play shortstop if he has to come out for the 10th. Pagliarulo, a natural third baseman. Your Jersey guy, Glenn, whereabouts, man? I'm over in Shrewsbury Township by way of Eatontown right now. Hey, RJL. Oscar. That's it. Late to the party, greatest baseball season of all time, 86. Were you 13 in 86 too, Glenn? Or RJL? Because that's how I feel. And I was 13 in 86. It's the first year I really was able to pay great attention to baseball, I think. I've been watching all along, but 13, that summer going into freshman year of high school is the year that it really all came together. We had some good baseball computer games available on my friend's IBM PC Junior, and we had both Strat-O-Matic and another baseball game I wish I could remember what the heck it was. It wasn't APBA. Another friend had another game. It was probably like one of those Catico games or something. I kind of remember a spinner. But man, we played a lot of baseball that summer. You were 17. Oh, even better. Even better. So you were really able to enjoy it. You probably had some disposable income, some time to watch the games as a junior or senior in high school. In any case, folks, we've got a tight one here. Dan Quisenberry on the mound. It's runners on first and third. The runner Griffey at third represents the tying run. Pasco at first, the winning run. And Pagliarulo has power. Quisenberry is trying to get out of this one. They're playing for the double. Are they going to play it in? They're going to play for the double play. They have to play it in. No, they don't have to play it in. They could play for the tie. Huh. What's the appropriate baseball play here on the road, folks? I think you have to play for the win on the road and you play for the tie at home, right? So they're going to... 2011's best season ever? There you go. Somerset County. Okay, Glenn. Not too far. Probably about an hour away. As are most things in New Jersey that aren't right here on the shore with me. Because I'm about as central as you can get, but over on the coastline. So they're going to play in to cut off the winning or tying run. They will concede nothing. Pagliarulo up. Quisenberry from the stretch. Sundberg with the sign. Quisenberry into his motion. Delivers. A 1-8 against the right-hander. Well, that's an interesting one, folks. It's a triple on a 1, which would win the game for sure, or a fly ball center field B, which will tie the game. So worst case scenario, the Yanks are going to have a tie game here. The 20-sider decides. A 17, that's a fly ball to center, very deep on the track is Wilson. He makes the catch. Griffey is going to come home ahead of the throw. Pasco retreats to first. It's a tie ball game. 2 outs here, bottom of the ninth. A tie ball game. The Yanks still threatening. They have Pasco on first. Not much speed, but Ricky Henderson comes to bat. Hey, Dav, good morning. Welcome. You're just in time for a tie ball game. Everybody knows 86. Hardly anyone knows who won the World Series in 11. That's great. Yes, you did. This is a tough ending to this game here. So Dick Hauser is upset. His closer Quisenberry can't get it done. All those lefties on the bench for Piniella made the difference so far. It's a tie game now, 4-4. Yanks with 2 outs, and Pasco on first. Here's Henderson. Ricky's 2 for 4 today. Doubled and drove in a run. Also grounded into a double play. The Royals just need 1 to continue this game. The Yankees just need 1 to end it. Quisenberry's still out there. Now he gets to face righties, which he's a little more comfortable with. Henderson got a runner. How about a 5-8? Second base X, the drama continues. But it's Frank White out there. Are they holding Pasqua? Probably not. They're not holding Danny Pasqua, so White will be a 1E11 at second. A very sound fielder. We're probably going to extras here on this Sunday morning Strat-O-Matic Baseball. 12-9. 12 on a 1's a G1. And 9 on an 11 is nothing. So White over to Balboni to retire Henderson. The Royals are finally out of it. Quisenberry blows the save. The Yanks pick up 2. We will go to the 10th. Tied at 4. And suddenly Scott Nielsen is the pitcher of record. He's pitched 1 inning so far. He's a fatigue 3 in relief. Let's just note that. And also, what's his fielding? He's a 5E0. We've got some shuffling to do. I have no idea who's playing anywhere. Give me a moment. So we need a left fielder, a third baseman, a catcher, and a shortstop. Hold your thoughts there, Kansas City lineup. We got to figure out some Yankees defense for Lou Piniella. Well, Willie's not going anywhere. Donnie's not going anywhere. Winfield could play third. Interesting. Renicky could play third. We'd lose the DH. Fishland. Okay, so Fishland's going to play short. Right, so we still need a third baseman, a left fielder, and a catcher. We're going to keep Griffey in. He's going to be the left fielder. Sairil is going to stay in. He's going to play third. Which means Pasqua is going to come out. Which means we'll have one more dude. And that's going to be Ron Hassey to catch. And I think that's the entire Yankees bench. So Pasqua coming out. I think we've used everybody. Yep, that's it. Lupinella shot his load, so to speak. That's a terrible phrase. Sorry. Didn't know what else to say. He emptied his clip here in the 9th. He'll now have to deal with a little subpar defense. Actually, Hassey's not much worse than Weiniger, and everybody else is serviceable. So E6, T6, P9 for Hassey behind the plate, making his first appearance of the year. All right, so we got the defense squared. And Scott Nielsen resumes. Mike Fischel is easily one of the worst players ever to play Major League Baseball. Well, the Yanks are going to have to rely on him as a role player and a pinch runner, and occasional backup shortstop and second baseman here in this 86 campaign. But I don't disagree with you, sir. It's going to be a relief when they get Tolleson on the team. As crazy a statement as that is, at least they'll have a little bit of a bat. So it's going to be McRae, White, and Balboni facing Nielsen here in the 10th. All tied at 4. McRae's 1 for 4 today. Tried to take a hit away from them way back in the 2nd inning. Seems like a couple of years ago now. 3-10. Home run 1, fly ball to right. This one's hit deep to right field. McRae poking it the other way. Winfield's on the run. Can he get there? Yes, he runs it down just short of the track. Allowed out against Nielsen. McRae thought he had one. If he pulled it, he might have. But he went out and got that one, flicked it down the right field line, and Winfield was able to make the play for the first out of the inning. Check out his career stats. I will. I thought 86 was pretty much his career, but what did he play? About 3 or 4 years? Frank White, 1 for 4 so far today. 1 out here for the Royals in the 10th. Nielsen into the windup. It's a 1-4. Grounded down to Mattingly at first. He'll field it. Nielsen's over to cover. And 2 quick outs for Nielsen in the 10th. The Yanks, if you're wondering, will have Randolph, Mattingly, and Winfield coming up in the bottom half. Couldn't set that up better. Here's Balboni. Well, Balboni's a difference maker. He's going to miss a lot of balls, but when he hits them, look out. He's got good power against the righty Nielsen. Nielsen from the windup. 2-4. And he was careful with Balboni. Balboni draws his 2nd walk of the day. So Steve 0 for 3 on the day with a couple of bases on balls. And we might see a pinch runner here for Balboni. In fact, we probably will. I just don't know who. Well, who'll be the first baseman when he comes out? It's probably going to be Seitzer. He's not going to pinch run, though. We don't want to take our shortstop away. I think we're going to go with Mike Kingery. Kingery will pinch run. Balboni's day is done. Kingery, a 1-14 speedster, looking for that possible double. That's an A. Balboni is over. The pinch runner Kingery comes on out. He has his base stealing gloves on, but unlikely he's going to try to steal here. He'd be a 15 with a pretty good success chance. Well, maybe he will. Especially with Rudy Law's weak power coming up. Actually, you know what? We're going to take a risk here. Kingery going to see if he gets a good lead. 2-5, 11, or 12. Actually, it's even better than that, isn't it? Because Nielsen's a 0, Hassey's a +1. So that'd be a -1, -3. Slightly better chance even of stealing that base. -1, -3. So let's see if Kingery gets that good lead. 2-5, 11, or 12. That's a 5. Kingery's off to the races. The pitch from Nielsen. Hassey tries to turn it around quickly. A 1-16, he's safe. We're going to have to wait a moment to find out. Oh, just in under the tag. Hassey with a nice throw, but Kingery got a great jump on Nielsen. And steals the base. Runner in scoring position now for the Royals with 2 outs. Kingery the go-ahead run if they can get him around. It's Rudy Law, the left-hander, against Nielsen. Tempted to bring in a lefty to face Law, but they're not much better than what Nielsen does against them. So the pitch from Nielsen, it's a 5-5. Left-hander fly ball center field. Ricky is there, and Law is retired. So the pinch runner is for naught. Kingery probably going to come out. I'll see something. Actually, you know what? Kingery's going to stay in and play right. He's a better fielder with a better arm than Law. Law's day will be done, and we'll have a second baseman come in for Rudy. Who's going to play a first baseman. Who's going to play first? Why, it's going to be Kevin Seitzer. So Hauser making a move. Seitzer will be in. Seitzer a pretty good card if it comes back around to him in limited bats. Over 400 on base percentage and slugging percentage. Let's see, he started in 78 with Houston. I didn't realize he was around that long, yeah. 82 was Fission's best year. He hit 268. The rest of his career, blah. Started in 78 with Houston. Yeah, I really didn't know he played in the 70s. Use roster sizes, or can any player in the set available for my games? I go as played for the lineups and the rotations down, and then I pick the carded players down to 25. So some of the rosters are at 24 because they're short until some trades are made. Most of them are at 25, and a couple have minor leaguers who can be called up at any time, but not during a game. So yeah, we're set to 25 at the start of each game. All right, nothing doing for the Royals in the 10th. They leave one in scoring position, and Quisenberry is not coming out for the 10th. His day is done. He went, did he even go an inning? Yeah, he went one inning. A hard one, too. Where did Quisenberry come in? He came in right there. Sorry. So Quisenberry goes one, can't get it done. Who are they going to bring out for the 10th against all these right-handers? It looks like it's going to be Steve Farr, their workhorse for Kansas City. Farr, a right-hander, with all those lefties in the lineup now, but that's what we're doing. He's a 2E0 with a 3 fatigue. Copy indeed, sir. Glad I am communicating clearly. You never know how your transmissions are being received. So we go to the bottom of the 10th. The Yanks will send Randolph, Mattingly, and Winfield up against Steve Farr. Willie's 0 for 2. He's reached base twice today on bases on balls. He wouldn't mind another one here with Mattingly and Winfield coming up behind him. Farr is warmed up. Just want to check the holds here. -1, -2. So we lose some hold power there. -4, -6. Which could be important. The pitch from Farr to Randolph. How about a 1-5? Grounded down to second. Frank White is there, and Randolph is retired for the first out of the inning. Well, here's Donnie Baseball. Donnie's 0 for 4 today. I believe he's 0 for on the season thus far. Looking for his first base hit, and this would be a big spot for it. Mattingly from the left side, Farr from the right side. Sundberg gives him a sign he likes. Hasn't shaken him off today. It's a 3-4. Sundberg calls a good game. 3-4 against the righty. Grounded down to first. The new first baseman, Seitzer, will field it and flip to Farr. Mattingly 0 for 5. Donnie's starting off a little cold this season. But here's Winfield. Winfield also 0 for 2. He's walked twice and scored a run back in the 6th inning. 2 outs. Winfield up. He's got power, and Farr ready. Delivers a 1-6. Well, Winfield lays off for his third walk of the day. So Dave will be held on. Try to keep him a little close. And here's Renicky. Renicky's had a good day at the plate. 2 for 3 with a walk. Unfortunately, he's been doubled off twice and thrown out at home on a chopper. So Winfield at first. The potential winning run. Renicky ready. Farr to pitch. How about a 2-10? Grounded down to second. White, very sure-handed, has plenty of time, and retires Renicky. Will go to the 11th, folks. Nothing doing. Yanks leave one. And we've got an exciting extra inning game. This is our second extra inning game, I believe, of Wednesday, April 9th in the American League. If you're wondering what's coming up after this, I'll just keep going. We're going to see the Milwaukee Brewers visiting the Chicago White Sox at Comiskey Park. It will be Tim Leary on the mound for Milwaukee, and Tony La Russa will send out Rich Dotson for the White Sox. That sounds like a pitcher's duel. Not. And yeah, we're just gonna stream through. I'll probably take a little break to move around and stretch, but we're just gonna keep the camera rolling, folks. Because I got nothing else to do on this Sunday morning but hang out with my family and play some Strat-O-Matic with y'all. And I want to make up for some games because we didn't play too much this week. Work being what it is. Well, Nielsen comes out. He's going to face Sundberg, maybe Salazar, and Lonnie Smith. Nielsen is in his fatigue inning now. His third inning of work. Sundberg is 1 for 3. He hit a 2-run homer to put the Royals on top back in the 9th, but the Royals squandered that. Quisenberry unable to hold the lead. So Jim is 1 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout to go with that 2-run homer. Here's the pitch from Nielsen. 6-11. Fly ball out towards center. Henderson has it. Medium deep, no problem, and 1 away. It brings up Salazar. Let's see. First of all, well, Biancalana is available on the bench as a pretty good shortstop. They wouldn't lose anything defensively. And we're going to see Dick Hauser make a move here. He's going to bring about George Orta, or Jorge Orta, depending on who you ask. George Orta will hit for Salazar with 1 out here in the 11th inning. Salazar's day is done. Orta bats left. And boy, does he kill right-handed pitching. Scott Piniella thinking, but Nielsen yet to allow a base hit since he came into the game. Actually, he gave up a double to the first man he faced, which was Salazar, oddly enough. Now, he's retired. 7 of the last 8, pardon me, and Orta comes up to bat from the left-handed side with 1 out here in the 11th. A 4-4 game. The pitch from Nielsen. I'm not second-guessing him. I don't know what I would do here. A 2-8. That's a base hit. The lesser of many evils as far as Piniella and Nielsen are concerned. Orta is on at first. He's an average speed. And I don't think Hauser's going to bury his bench here looking for pinch runners. Actually, you know what? He will, only because it's Biancalana, who will be taking his place anyway when they go to defense. So Orta's day is done. He did his job. Pinch hit 1 out single, and Biancalana, Buddy will come on as a pinch runner, but we know he's going to be the shortstop no matter what happens here. It's the only other option, so he's going to be a shortstop 3 E40. Not quite as sure-handed as Salazar, but they don't lose any range anyway. So Biancalana on at first, and it's Lonnie Smith coming up. Biancalana can steal bases, too. He would be an 18 if he gets a good lead, and he gets a good lead on a 7. What to do, what to do? Lonnie Smith, a hit-and-run A. But with an 18, I'm liable to go for the good lead. Let's see. How about a 9? Nope, that's going to be an 11. Would make him an 8 chance, so Biancalana held closely. Nielsen keeping an eye on him, and the right-hander Smith coming up. Smith 1 for 4 today, triple on a run scored, also walked and struck out. Do we dare hit and run here? No, it'd be a terrible chance to steal if he gets can't get a good lead, and we have to do that. So Smith will hit away. Biancalana with a medium lead off first. It's a 3-8 against the right-hander. Single 1 to 17, line out to third. Hit down towards Pagliarulo at third. It's past him. He gets a glove on it, slows it down, and he'll recover, but not in time. So it's going to be runners at first and second now, with Willie Wilson coming up, followed by Bretton McRae. 1 out here, the speedy Wilson coming to bat. He hits lefties better than righties, so that will stay Piniella's hand. Nielsen will pitch to at least one more batter. Nielsen gives up another walker hit. Well, not only is he probably giving up the lead, but he'll be tired. Hasse and the pitching coach go out to talk with him. Make sure they know what they're doing. Make sure his arm's not about to fall off. Nielsen indicates he's fine. And he knows he needs a ground ball double play here against some speedy runners. Biancalana at second. Smith at first. Wilson is up. He's 1 for 5 on the day. He did drive in a run way back in the third inning. That was the first run of the game. Seems like yesterday. Wilson waits from the left side. Nielsen to deliver. How about a 1-7 against the right-hander? Grounded back to Nielsen on the mound. Going to have to do a quick referral on this one. I think it's going to be first and second B. Batter safe, runner on first out going to second. So Nielsen tries to start the double play. He's going to go 1-6 to get Smith. The throw is not in time. Wilson beats it out, so he'll reach on the fielder's choice. Biancalana to third with 2 outs now. And that'll bring up George Brett. And boy, oh boy, does it matter who you throw against Brett? Not really. Not really. He might get on base a little bit more against righties, but not much. They're going to stick with Nielsen. Mel feels like he's pitching well. His pitching coach, who was that this year? Billy Connors? I'm guessing. Purely guessing. It might have been Billy Connors in '86, though. So, first and third, 2 down. Speed at third in case of a wild pitch. Well, Nielsen doesn't throw wild pitches. That's good news for the Yanks. Nielsen ready. Brett waits from the left side. George, by the way, so far today, 1 for 5, doubled and scored a run. The pitch from Nielsen to Brett. It's a 4-5 fly ball to left field. Should be no problem for whoever the hell's out there. Griffey has the range and the beat and makes the catch to retire the side. So Nielsen gets through it. He'll probably be done there, but we'll see. Nothing doing for Kansas City in the 11th, and the Yankees will send up. Boy, it's hard to even tell by looking at the score sheet, but it's going to be Fischlin. Griffey and Hasse. There's nobody left on the bench, so Mike Fischlin's going to bat against Steve Farr, and his second inning of work is Farr, which reminds me, I don't think I've been doing this properly. Oh, no, I have. There we go. Looking at the wrong scorecard. So here's Fischlin, his first at-bat of the year. He scored a run after he pinch run earlier. How about a 2-5? Right-hander strikes him out. So Farr goes right after Fischlin and sits him down, 1 away. Now he's got to deal with some lefties. I just want to see what the options are for the Kansas City bullpen. Well, he's got Jackson and Wiesman, but Farr is probably the best bet by far, oddly enough, so they're going to stick with him. Griffey, 0 for 1 today, reached on a fielder's choice and scored the tying run. It is 4-4. We're in the bottom of the 11th. The Yanks trying to get something going against Farr. Farr delivers a runner there. How about a 2-9 against the right-hander? Just missed that ballpark home run. Instead, we're going to have a fly ball to center. Wilson will manage it for the second out of the inning. 2-10 would have been a ballpark chance, and that would have been a 1-14 for lefties. Well, 2 down now. Here's Ron Hasse making his first at-bat of the year. Hasse came in to substitute for catcher after Weininger was pinch hit for back in the 9th. Hasse, a good hitter, if you're wondering, 323 in '86, 25 doubles and 9 homers, and about half a season of at-bats. Ron always had a better bat than glove. 2 outs. Farr delivers to Hasse. How about a 2-11? Ground ball down to first. The first baseman, Seitzer, is there. And he flips to Farr, a 1-2-3 inning. We're going to 12, folks. We're going to 12 here on the second game of the season in Yankee Stadium. Exciting baseball coming to you from JC Sports Replays. The Strat-O-Matic games this Sunday morning are looking up. It's a long Yankee game. It's a good thing we didn't do this one the other night when we said we were playing 2 after we had that long game between the Indians and the Twins. That one went 14, I believe. This one's in the 12th. Can you imagine? Well, here's going to be McRae against Nielsen. Nielsen going to stay in there for his 4th inning of work. He is. Piniella showing some confidence. Also trying to save his bullpen from being worn out. Just 2 games into the season. 86 was Ellison Torborg. Oh, okay. Cool. Didn't realize that. I don't remember those guys on the bench at all. I wasn't paying that close attention at 13 to anybody but the players. And Piniella, I remember, obviously, because Lou was one of my favorite players via baseball cards from the 77 Yanks. So here's McRae. He's 1 for 5. 3, 4. A line drive, but right at Mattingly. He barely had to move and retires McRae for the first out. Nielsen getting some length in. Nielsen's an occasional starter as well, so he knows how to go deep into a game. It's Frank White coming up. He's 1 for 5. White with occasional power. How about a 5, 11? And speaking of occasional power, that's a ballpark home run. This one is high and deep to left field. Back on the ball goes Griffey. It's going to be a 1 to 11. 55% chance to get ahead. It's gone! Way over the fence. Griffey can only watch. Frank White, his first home run of the season, takes advantage of a hanger from Scott Nielsen, and it's 5-4 Kansas City. Well, the Yanks don't have a great bullpen. Nielsen's pitching well. They're going to stick with him. One more hit or walk, and he will be fatigued, however. He's on the edge, and here's Kingery with his first at bat today. He pinch ran and stole a base back in the ninth inning, to no avail. But now the Royals have a 1-run lead. Nielsen delivers to the lefty Kingery. It's a 6-8. Grounded to Randolph, who scoops it, flips to Mattingly, 2 away. So Nielsen's still looking sharp. He just hung that one to White. A curveball that didn't really break. And now it's going to be Kevin Seitzer making his first at bat of the year. And Seitzer is a murderer at the plate. In limited play time in 96 at bats, he hit .323 and walked quite a lot. Steinbrenner would fire pitching coaches more than managers. I believe it. I believe it, Dab. So 2 outs here. Seitzer is up. Nielsen, righty on righty action. 6-7. Ground to second base X. Randolph a 2E24. I think it's the first time Willie's been tested today. We got to re-roll that one. And that looks pretty safe. Well, the 14 might be a problem. 13-14 on a 2E24. That's a G1. G1 nothing. Randolph to Mattingly, and Seitzer is retired. But the big homer by Frank White puts the Royals ahead by a run. And Hauser not even thinking about it. Farr's coming out for his 3rd inning of work. He's the best he's got left right now, and he's sticking with him. He will face the lefty Pagliarulo, followed by the top of the order, Henderson and Randolph. Here's Pagliarulo. He hit a sac fly back in the 9th to tie the game. Mike's got power from the left side. Farr delivers. 5-4. Left-handed catcher card X. That's going to be Sundberg at 2E1. Very good fielder. How about a 3-10? That's going to be a WG. WG nothing, so it's not a wild pitch. That means it's a ground out. So Pagliarulo with a squibber in front of the plate. Sundberg's out. Fires down to the first baseman Seitzer, and Pagliarulo is retired. 1 down here in the bottom of the 12th for the Yanks, trailing by a run. Ricky Henderson coming up. He's got 2 base hits today. A double and an RBI at some point. Amidst this chaotic 12-inning game. Henderson has power from both sides of the plate. Farr delivers a 1-10. Grounded down to 3rd. That's going to be Brett. Shows a strong arm off as he fires across the Seitzer to retire Henderson. Ricky was booking it down the line. He didn't nonchalant that one. Not in this situation, but he's out all the same. And it's going to be Willie Randolph, the king of walks. Not the Greek god of walks, but Willie going to just try to get on base here and see if Mattingly can break out of his early season slump. Donnie so far 0 for 9 on the season with a walk. Randolph today walked twice. He's 0 for 3 otherwise. Farr needs 1 more out to close this one out and earn himself a win. He's the pitcher of record for Kansas City. He's into the windup. Randolph waits. We'll wait again. 6-8. Right-hander grounded to second base X. It's White. Very sure-handed. Frank White, 1E11. Been tested a few times and has not yet come up short. How about a 6-15? That's a G1. E1! That's an E1 on Frank White, and Randolph beats it out. White. Oh, the throw was a little offline in the dirt, and Seitzer could not scoop it out. Willie is on with an E4. Frank White's first error of the season, I believe. And the Yankees have hope with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 12th. They trail by a run. Randolph could steal a base, but not likely. Not with Mattingly coming up to the plate. All Donnie needs is one swing of the bat to make this one history. Either way, his at-bat will probably decide the game. Steve Farr and Sundberg consult. They have to be careful with Mattingly, but not too careful. You walk him and you put Randolph in scoring position for the future Hall of Famer Dave Winfield. Farr on the mound. He looks in. Sundberg gives him a sign. He likes it. Into his motion from the stretch. That's a 4-6 against left-handers. Fly ball to center, medium deep. Looks like Wilson will have it. He has the range and makes the catch to retire the side. Mattingly 0 for 6 today. Slumping bad, and the Royals hang on to win by a score of 5-4. The winning pitcher is going to be Steve Farr. He worked 3 innings and got his own save, basically. The loser, Scott Nielsen, he did his best to go deep. But the Frank White homer, his first of the season, was the difference. That was a good game, Glenn. Thank you. I enjoyed it. My personal Yankee fandom does not come into factor when I'm managing both teams, and even though I know the Yanks a little bit better than everybody else, the Royals did what they had to do against a weak Yankees bullpen and outlasted New York here in Yankee Stadium. Kansas City evens their record at 1-1. The Yankees do the same. And I haven't looked ahead. I don't know if they play a third in this series, but we'll find out tomorrow. In any case, we're going to get the cards reset. I'm going to do some scoring. Let me get the cards away first. That's just my methodology. Pardon me. So Farr goes to the back of the line. Jackson and Wiesman become available again. They were available anyway. More along the lines of... So just FYI, here's my methodology, right? Guys are face up on the stack. They're fresh, meaning they didn't pitch last game and they're ready to go to their full POW. Guys are upside down. It means they pitched last game and they will be the pitchers of last resort or situation, okay? If a guy pitches the second game in a row, he gets flipped. Okay? Now he can't pitch. Now he's unavailable. That's how I do it. Makes my life easy. I don't have to keep any kind of charts. And it comes out usage-wise pretty good usually in the long run. Let's just get these guys set up. Brett Wilson Smith. Turn the bench around so everybody's fresh. And the next pitcher for Kansas City will be Brett Saberhagen next time we see him. You can also see that over here on these Ron Bernier provided score sheets for 1986. These are great. Highly recommend you get them if you want to do an as played. It just makes life easier. Ron's done all the hard work for you. He's got a plethora of material available for replays, including, if you really wanted to get down to the nitty-gritty, appearance grids that show you when everybody was available. All right, so we're just a little off camera here getting these guys ready in the order I like to keep them. Hey, Glenn, thanks very much, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're going to do another one. It's going to be Milwaukee and Chicago. It's going to take me a few minutes to get set up. So if you're hanging out, grab a beverage, take a break, do whatever you're doing. I'm just going to keep playing Strat after I move, stretch, and possibly get another bottle of water. The good news is I've already got these guys ready to go. I do want to score this one out, though. It's going to be Dotson at Leary, or Leary at Dotson, I believe is the correct order. When we come back to the next game of our morning double, possible triple header, depending on how long the next game takes. So let's see. Let's start with Liebrandt. He went 8. He gave up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hits. Pretty good game for Carly in 8 innings. No homers. Runs, 2 runs. I think they're both earned. They are. How about walks and strikeouts? He's got not many. 1 walk, 2 walks, 3 walks and 1 strikeout, 4, 5, 6 walks for Liebrandt. So he allowed 12 base runners in 8 innings. That kept the Yanks alive, but they couldn't capitalize. Left a lot of men on base, and just 1 strikeout. Quisenberry came in and blew the save. He went 1 inning. He had 2 base hits, 2 runs, and a walk. 2 runs, both earns. 1 walk, no Ks for Quisenberry. And Farr came on and worked 3 for the win. Steve gave up a walk, a strikeout, and that was it. So Farr was something else. The only other base runner was on that E4 on the 12th. So what did I say? A walk, a strikeout, and no hits for Farr in 3 innings. No runs, obviously. 1-1. So that means Kansas City had 8 hits on the day. We got to do the little score sheet up here. So it's going to be 5-4. 8 hits for KC. I'm sorry, 8 hits for the Yanks. Shoot, screwed this up already. Hold on. Doot. 5 Kansas City, 4. Yankees had 8 hits. Whitson went 5 2/3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits, 2 runs, both earned. No homers. Walks and Ks, he gave up 1. 1-1. 1-2, 1-3, 1-4. 2-4, 3-4, 3-5. Oh, I'm sorry. I went too far. 1, 1-1, 1-4, 2-4, and that's where Whitson's day ends. 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. So Whitson pitched okay. Fisher came on, pitched 2 1/3. He gave up. He was perfect until the triple and the homer. So 2 hits, 1 home run, 2 runs, both earned. Walks and Ks, 1-1. And then Nielsen came on for the rest, which would be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 innings. There's a hit. 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, 1 homer. The only run was the homer. So a nice relief outing by Nielsen, but he's going to take the loss. Walks and Ks, it's going to be 1. Just 1 walk, no strikeouts. Which means the Royals had 7, 9, 13 hits. And how about the errors? I know we had the error on White. I don't think the Yanks committed any errors. Just double checking. Nope. No errors for New York. And I think White was the only error for Kansas City. So both teams played pretty good defense. Yep. So 5-13-1 for Kansas City. 4-8-0 for Yankees. As I said, Steve Farr gets the win. He goes 3 innings, give up no hits and no runs. And Scott Nielsen takes the loss. He gave up 4 hits in 4 innings. 1 homer was the difference. The homer by Frank White, the difference maker. Looks like our MVP is going to be Farr. The player of today's game, Steve Farr. 3 almost perfect innings of relief. He just allowed 1 base runner on a walk and 1 base runner on an error. So, all right. We're not going to stat these guys right now. I'll do that after our broadcast. We'll bore you with stat accumulation. If you're wondering, I do it by hand. And we'll be setting up the Milwaukee Brewers and the Chicago White Sox. We'll get that set up, and then I'll take a little break. As I said, these guys are ready to go already. All right, so we're going to have Milwaukee. Here's our relievers. Everybody's fresh from the relief squad from Milwaukee. There's our bench. And so here you can see our Milwaukee rotation that's not pitching today. It'd be Nieves, Wegman, Higuera, and Kochenauer. Higuera already pitched in Game 1. And there's a few bench players for the Brewers. They make a few trades this season as well. And I think they have some injury issues. Just so you can see how I keep my cards organized. So the Milwaukee lineup today is going to look like this. In left field, Mike Felder. Batting second and center, Robin Yount. Batting third and playing third, Paul Molitor. Batting fourth and playing first base, Billy Joe Robideau. Batting fifth and playing shortstop, Ernest Riles. Batting sixth, the right fielder, Rob Deere. Batting seventh and playing designated hitter, Paul Householder. Jim Gantner bats eighth and plays second, and Rick Cerrone bats ninth and plays catcher. On the mound for the Brewers, it'll be Tim Leary, 12-12 with a 4.21 in 30 starts. Now we'll get the Chicago White Sox all set up for you. Rich Dotson, the starter today. There's our bench. And you've also got some minor leaguers for Chicago. It's in my experience that over the years, especially in seasons from the 60s on up, the teams with the worst records have the most players carded because they probably had injury issues, made some trades, maybe traded away some of their better players at the trade deadline. So usually the middle of the pack and lower teams have more carded players and a bigger minor league, so to speak. So take a look at the Chicago White Sox lineup today. In center field leading off, the speedy John Cangelosi, 50 steals in 1986. Future New York Yankee 86 shortstop Wayne Tollison bats second. Harold Baines, the questionable Hall of Famer, I think it's fine, plays right and bats third. Carlton Fisk plays catcher. The Red Sox legend plays left field and bats fourth. Greg Walker plays first and bats fifth. Also future Yankee Ron Kittle will play designated hitter and bat sixth. Tim Hewlett plays second base and bats seventh. Ozzie Guillen, infamous Ozzie Guillen now, the shortstop, and batting eighth. Joel Skinner, another future Yankee this year, will play catcher and bat ninth. And on the mound for the White Sox, it'll be Rich Dotson. One-time Yankee, he's a 10-17 record in 86, a 5.48 ERA in 34 starts. Clearly we're in for a pitcher's duel, folks, although sometimes that's what happens. When you've got these, if we were playing APA, we would say these D-rated pitchers. So Dotson's going to start the game on the mound. And Felder's going to start the game in the batter's box when we come back from a brief stretch, bathroom usage, and grab a new bottle of water. Thanks, you guys, for hanging out with me this morning. Really enjoying your company as we play some 1986 Strat-O-Matic Baseball. My dogs have finally settled down. Babe's done shopping. Things are getting peaceful. We can roll some games, folks. Oh, it smells good in here.
Okay, yeah.
It looks like a smorgasbord of joy.
That's for the nachos.
She's cooking a good food. We're going to have nachos later with the super game.
Healthy chicken nachos.
You can't say big bowl. Is that right?
White rice.
Nice.
There's chicken meatloaf
Very nice.
and broccoli and red beans.
My throat is scratchy this morning. No, it's just from being dehydrated. And allergies.
You're not getting sick.
I'm not getting sick, it's just morning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just allergies. I
Okay.
don't feel sick.
Okay.
Feel quite fine.
Good.
Bottle of water achieved. Socialization with wife achieved. Now it's just going to be going to the bathroom, folks. Hopefully this microphone isn't too sensitive, because it's a small house. Moving around a little, folks. A little breath of fresh air. I play right by the window of the door here. We get some good natural light. The smells of the kitchen. you doing? Morning. Neighbors are walking their dogs. It's a friendly, quiet neighborhood most of the time. Folks. Love it here. Really do. Especially when the weather starts warming up a little bit and we can get outside a little bit more. It's hard to play Strat outside. The cards tend to get caught up in the wind. Otherwise, we do that pretty often. I like sitting out there and having my cup of coffee in the morning once we get into the 50s. And so we return to Strat-O-Matic Sunday morning on the Big Game Sunday. Listen, it's called the Super Bowl, man. I know they don't want you to say it, but you're not exactly monetizing here. We're just playing games for fun. If anybody's paying me for this content, they're crazy. Maybe when I retire, I can call Blue Claws games or something. That'd be fun. I mean, you can do that now. Just start calling them. They might throw you out of the stadium, though, if you just sit there doing the play-by-play in the stands. Who knows? Or they might hire you. Either way, it could be fun. All right, trying to get settled here. Gotta make sure you move every now and then. Good morning, Bruce Berkowitz. How are you, sir? Thank you for joining us for game number 2. We just had a wild 12-inning affair between the Royals and the Yankees in Yankee Stadium, where the Royals even their record at 1-1 on a 12th-inning solo homer by Frank White off of Scott Nielsen. That's our second extra inning game in a row on this Wednesday, April 9th, 1986. Previously, the Indians and Twins, this was back on Wednesday night, I think, live streaming, went 14 innings. The Indians held on there and won 8-7 in a back-and-forth game where they took the lead 3 times and the Twins tied it up all 3 times. It was the 4th time. It was the charm in this case. Haven't played Strat in a while. Blue Claws, I'm in Jersey. Yeah, man, exit 109, just south of Red Bank, so try to get to at least half a dozen Blue Claws games every year. You had to step away, Jester. You didn't miss anything but some setup, unless you missed the end of the last game, where the Royals pulled it out on a Frank White 12th-inning homer to win it finally 5-4. Mattingly went 0 for 6, and he's slumping hard early on. I believe he's now 0 for 10 on the season with a base on balls. So, but here we settle in for a game in Comiskey Park. The 0-1 Tony La Russa and the 1-0 Chicago White Sox. La Russa beat out his complimentary manager George Bamberger in the first game in opening day here in Chicago. It's a day game, so we've gone back in time to Wednesday afternoon from Yankee Stadium on Wednesday night. That's okay. We just play them in the order of the score sheets. I don't stress about such minutia. It's a good day for baseball. Beautiful day here in windy Chicago. 19-10 on the singles and a 6-6 on homers. Chicago, not an easy place to hit a homer. We've gone over the lineups. For those of you just tuning in, it's Rich Dotson on the mound for Chicago and Tim Leary on the mound for Milwaukee. Your umpires for this one, at third base, Jim McKean, second base, Dan Morrison, first base, Rich Shulock, and the home plate umpire calling your balls and strikes today will be Al Clark. We're going to take another sip of this bottle of water. You're in Parsippany, and your wife is in Lavalette. Very nice, man. Yeah, I grew up in the Bronx, in the shadow of Yankee Stadium, almost quite literally. Spent my formative high school years in Riverdale and eventually married a Jersey girl and moved to New Jersey. Second wife is also a New Jersey girl, and we're very happy together in our small house in Shrewsbury Township, New Jersey, with 2 puppy dogs and lots of Strat-O-Matic baseball sets. And a handful of football, basketball, and hockey sets, as well as some other sports games. So, just having some fun this Sunday morning. We'll get this game going, folks. Let's check the holds. It's Dotson with a +2, and his catcher Skinner, a -1. That makes him a +1. When we apply the hold, that means -1, -3. This way I don't have to do it on the fly when we steal bases. Tim Leary's a +1. His catcher is Cerrone, a +1, +2. We apply the hold ratings. It's a 0, -2. Saw my hand on the screen and thought it was the chat. So Mike Felder will lead it off for Milwaukee. The switch hitter is going to bat left against the right-handed Dotson. He's in the box. Dotson's warmed up. The umpire says play ball. Al Clark gives the go-ahead. And here's the first pitch from Dotson to Felder. How about a 1-4 against the righty? It's fly ball out toward left field. Carlton Fisk is out there. Always sounds weird when I say Carlton Fisk is playing the outfield, but he is. And he makes the catch for the first out of the inning, so Felder retired. And here's a man in the prime of his career in '86, Robin Yount. Yount playing center today and batting second. He bats right. Dotson's ready. It's a 5-10 against the right-hander. Ground ball shortstop X. Ozzie Guillen, a 2E24, very sound fielder. He's not going to win a gold glove, but he's not going to make too many mistakes for you. This one might be, though. It's a 3-12. Nope, that's a G3. And nothing doing. So Guillen makes the play over to the first baseman, Walker, for the second out of the inning. 2 up, 2 down. Here's Paul Molitor, a recent Hall of Fame inductee. This is Molitor. He's playing third today. And that bat is always dangerous. Dotson ready. Molitor waits. The pitch. A 1-4 grounder to third. Pardon me. Wayne Tollison is there. And over to Walker to retire the side. 1-2-3 here in the first for Dotson. We'll head to the bottom half. White Sox yet to bat. They will send up Cangelosi, Tollison, and Baines. Cangelosi, a switch hitter, batting left. A lot of good speed. He could drop down a bunt for a base hit. We don't use that rule. I know there's a homebrew rule for it. I don't think there's a official Strat rule that I'm aware of, but I figure they're baked into the card for the speedy hitters, so I don't worry about them. So Cangelosi waits. Leary is ready. Leary, one of my least favorite Yankee pitchers ever. A 4-6 against the left-handed batting Cangelosi, and he pulls this one through the right side. A single to right field for the speedy Cangelosi. Say speedy again, Joe. Speedy Cangelosi. And that's a double-A stealer on first. Double-A don't matter, but he's an 18 for success. And the Leary hold will be... Gotta double check here. I think I did something wrong. +1, -1, 0, -2. Am I crazy? I think I did these wrong. Leary and Skinner combined for a 0. So that would be -2, -4. I don't know where I got that. -2, -4 against Milwaukee batters. Let me double check the other one too. Dotson, +2. Cerrone, oh yeah, I combined the wrong catchers. So this will be a +1, +1, -1. So -2 on Cangelosi's 18 to 16. That's good enough to try to get a lead. He needs a 2 to 6, 11, or 12. No official automatic caught stealing. He gets a 7, which means a 15 would be an 11. So Leary throws over a couple of times, holding Cangelosi close. Here's Tollison. Tollison, a serviceable hitter. They're going to put the hit and run on. What the heck? Try to get something going early, as I like to do. But you don't have a great bat in the 2-hole. It's a 1-6. Tollison sitting runs a B, so 6. It's going to be a ground ball down to second. Gettner fields it, but he only has one play. He'll retire Tollison, and Cangelosi moves up. So Cangelosi on second. He'd be an 11 to steal third. Not really what we're going to do. And Harold Baines has an RBI chance here with Cangelosi in scoring position. Baines, a left-handed batter, a very good hitter, and a good RBI man. Leary delivers a 1-4. And that's a ballpark single. That's going to be a 19 for Baines. 1 to 19 is a single. It is. It's through. Cangelosi around third. He will score ahead of the throw, and Baines puts the White Sox on top 1-0. LaRussa claps his hands, and Harold stands on first, takes a pat on the butt from the first base coach. I have no idea who that would be. Baines on first. He's got a little bit of speed, not really a stealing threat. They'll hold him as a courtesy early in the game, trying to keep the double play in order as Carlton Fisk comes to the plate. Fisk bats right. He'll play some outfield. He'll also play some catcher in '86 for the Sox. The different kind of Sox, the white variety. So 1 out, Baines on first. Leary is ready. The pitch is a 2-10. Another ballpark single chance. This time a right-hander is a 1 to 10. And he goes the other way. Slaps it through the hole. Baines is going to move over to third. Nice piece of hitting there by Fisk. He didn't try to do too much. It was an outside pitch, and he just went with it. And now the White Sox have first and third with 1 out for Greg Walker. Walker, a power-hitting first baseman. They have big hopes for him. He hits righties very well, and he will bat left against Leary. He bats left against everybody, FYI. So Leary is ready. A glance at Fisk. Carlton practically standing on first. How about a 4-9 against the left-hander? That's a grounder down to first base B. I think that's going to be... They were not in. They're looking for the double play here, so I just want to double check. Pretty sure it's going to be a failed double play. Yep, the batter's going to be out at second. The run's going to score. So that's going to be a 3-6. Walker reaches on the fielder's choice. He'll get the RBI as Baines scampers home. He was moving on contact, and it's 2-0 Chicago with 2 outs. Walker will be held on with 2 down, and here's Ron Kittle. Kittle, a power hitter, designated hitter today, and Leary from the stretch. We'll keep it moving. It's a 6-7. Base hit to left field. Kittle goes the same way, actually. He pulls this one through. No asterisks. Walker will stop at second with 2 outs. We don't make the third out at third base, folks. That's the baseball maxim, and I like to stick to it in 99% of situations. LaRusse would be pissed if Walker got thrown out at third. He might bench him for a week or more. He might trade him. I don't know if LaRusse had that power back then, but... So first and second, 2 down, and it's Tim Hewlett. Or when I was a kid, it was Tim Hewlett. I don't know why, it just was. I took too much French in high school, probably. Terrible choice. Take Spanish, folks, or Chinese. Mandarin would be much more useful these days. I also took ancient Greek. That's not even a spoken language. What the hell? Here's Tim Hewlett. Right-hander waits for the pitch from Leary. It's a 6-8. And that's a base hit. Hewlett goes the other way. They are picking on Leary's curveballs. They're just hanging over the outside portion of the plate. He slaps it through the right side. Walker will score. Kittle to third. Hewlett with an RBI single. Nice piece of hitting for Tim against him. And it's 3-0 Chicago. And that'll bring up Guillen, the 8th batter here in the first. Don't panic, folks. This is a typical Tim Leary start. LaRusso knows exactly what to expect. No, that's on... Well, yeah, LaRusso knows what to expect. Unfortunately, so does George Bamberger. Pitching, the Brewers do not have. Here's Guillen. First and third, 2 down. A little food processor going in the background, and it's Guillen from the left side. How about a 5-7? Grounder to second base X. Gantner a 2E12. Is he holding anybody? No. So 2E12 for Gantner. Trying to get out of this inning. It's a 16-9. That's going to be a G1. Gantner will make the play over to Robideau for the third out of the inning. Guillen retired, but 2 left on. The White Sox pick up 3 and lead 3-0 after 1. Hey, Chris, good morning. Good to see you, brother. Welcome to some Strat Baseball. You just missed a, I want to say, heartbreaking loss and lost on a Frank White homer to even a record at 1-1. And the White Sox, as we come back from a commercial break, have established a after 1. It's Dotson versus Leary. Dotson back on the mound after a 1-2-3 inning in the first. He'll face Robideau, Riles, and Deere. Billy Joe Robideau, a guy the Brewers have high expectations for. Of course, we know that those expectations will never be realized. So Robideau bats from the left side. Dotson is ready. Robideau waits. It's a 5-9 against the left-handed batter. Ground ball down to second. Hewlett is there and tosses to Walker to retire Robideau. 1 down here in the second. Another left-hander coming up, the shortstop, Ernest Riles. Ernie is a pretty good batter. An occasional pop. Normal power from both sides of the plate. Dotson ready. Riles waits from the left-handed batter's box. A 1-5. Against the right-handers, ground ball down to first. Walker's there. And he flips to Dotson covering. 3-1 for the second out of the inning. So 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the second, and it's Rob Deere, the power-hitting right fielder. A guy with a lot of expectations on his shoulders as well. Deere waits for the 2-out pitch from Dotson. Righty-on-righty action. It's a 2-8. Strikes him out. Something Rob Deere, I think, did more than anybody else in 1986. 179 Ks. This is, what, almost 30 years ago, folks. 27.5 years ago, Rob Deere struck out 179 times. I don't remember if that was a record at the time, but it was damn close. So 1-2-3 for Milwaukee. Nothing doing. Chicago will come up in the bottom of the second. They'll send up Skinner, followed by Cangelosi and Tolleson to try to extend their 3-0 lead. Leary back on the mound. Both pitchers a POW of 6. Skinner, the catcher, waits. Leary with the pitch. We've got a runner. It's back in the box. A 5-10. Grounder to short. Ernie Riles, a 4E23. He'd tell you he's better than that, but Hal carded him this way, and he don't lie. It's a 16-9. Just the stats, folks. Just the stats. 16-9 on a 4E23. That's a G2. A G2 nothing. So Riles shows off his fielding ability and makes the play on Skinner, 1 down. Here's Cangelosi. John is 1 for 1, scored a run in the first. Leary from the windup, it's a 1-6. Tapper back to Leary, he gloves it, takes his time, and throws Cangelosi out by a step. Leary nonchalanted that one, but he seemed to know what he was doing. And there's 2 away. Here's Tolleson, 0 for 1, grounded out his first time up. How about a 4-9, left-handed batting Tolleson, a grounder down to first. That's going to be no problem for Billy Joe Robideau, who scoops it and steps on the bag to retire the side. So Leary settles down, gets a 1-2-3 inning here in the second. And we've got a ball game, folks. 3-0 Chicago as we head to the third. It's going to be the bottom of the order for Milwaukee. Householder, Gettner, and Cerrone. Dotson back on the mound. Likes the sign from Skinner. He's pitching to Householder, batting left. How about a 2-10? Pops this one up behind the plate. Skinner is there. A couple of steps behind home plate and makes the catch. Householder's done, 1 away. Here's Gettner. Jim, a serviceable bat. Professional hitter, as they say. Who says? I don't know. Somebody said it. 6-6. He shows his professionalism. Double 1-5. Single 6-20 out toward right center. It's cut off, and he'll hold Gettner. Who will? It's Harold Baines, folks. Baines will hold Gettner to a single. Jim can steal a base. Let's see if he will. It's a 13 success chance. What the heck? Milwaukee trying to get something going. Cerrone at bat. And Gettner trying to get a lead. 2-6, 11, or 12. That's an 11. He gets a lead. He'll be a 1-13 to steal it. He's out! Skinner guns it down, and Gettner is caught for the second out of the inning. Well, Cerrone steps back in the box. The 1-0 pitch from Dotson with 2 outs now. That's a 1-6. Grounder to third. Third baseman Molitor is there. No, not Molitor. Sorry. Third baseman Tolleson is there. And they'll retire the side. 1-2-3 non-traditionally. None left. That caught stealing erases the base runner. We go to the bottom of the third. The White Sox still lead 3-0. Leary will face the heart of the order. Baines, Fisk, and Walker. Baines 1 for 1. An RBI and scored a run. Rob Deere playing 2022 baseball in 1986, a man before his time. You're not wrong, Bruce. Not wrong at all. He was a true outcome player if there was one in the 80s. Here's Baines from the left side looking for his second base hit of the day. How about a 1-7? Single 1-9 line out to second. This one is hit towards Gettner. He's ranging and it's past him. Pardon me, a 3. Baines on with his second hit of the day. Harold won't try to stretch it. He stops at first as the ball comes back in from left. So Baines on at first. They'll hold him. It's a courtesy. They don't want Harold to feel old. Harold will go on to play quite a few more years, honestly. Here's Carlton Fisk. Fisk 1 for 1. Baines on first. The pitch from Leary is a 1-11. And that plunks him. Fisk takes that one in the hip. He glares at Leary, but Carlton might have just figured, I'm going to be a base runner here. That one was inside, but not that far inside. He made an effort to get out of the way. Wink, nudge. And now it's first and second for the White Sox with Greg Walker coming up and nobody out here in the bottom of the third. Leary frustrated with that one. He thought that Baines could have gotten out of the way. Let's see if it affects his composure on the next pitch. Walker from the left side. 0 for 1 with an RBI ground out and came around to score on a Hewlett single later. Leary ready. Walker waits. Bat waving slightly. It's a 2-10. And that one's outside. So Leary's composure is affected. And maybe Al Clark didn't like the glare from Leary. That was a close pitch, but Walker gets the benefit of the doubt. And now the bases are loaded. Bottom of the third, nobody out. And the powerful Ron Kittle comes to the plate. Here's another true outcome guy. They seem to like them on these two teams. I don't think they really like them. Just these guys can't hit for average if they tried. So Kittle's up. Bases loaded, full of White Sox. Ron is 1 for 1 on the day already. Leary looks in for the sign from Cerrone. He's got it. From the stretch, which is not an awkward, it is an awkward look for Leary, pardon me. The pitch to Kittle. That's a 2-4. Grounded back to the pitcher. Leary will, well, how are we going to do this? He's going to go home. He's always going to be playing in as far as I'm concerned. So it's going to be a, how are we going to do this? Double play. He's going to get the force at home and then on to first for the double play. So Baines forced, Kittle forced, the perfect ball there for Leary. Fisk will move to third, Walker to second. Now there's 2 outs and Hewlett, or Hewlett if you like the French, comes to bat. Second and third, 2 out. Leary with a fine fielding play. And Hewlett is waiting from the right side. He's 1 for 1, drove in a run. How about a 4-3 for Hewlett? Fly ball right field X. Rob Deere's back, 3E9. Serviceable fielder. An 11-11. It's an F2. E2. F2, E2. Deere flat out muffs that one. The runners are going. Everybody's going to move up 2 bases. 2 runs will score. Fisk is home. Walker's home. Rob Deere can't believe he just let that one bounce out of his glove, and then he couldn't find it. By the time he got it back in, Hewlett found himself at second base. No RBIs on that one, but it's as good as a double for Hewlett. And the White Sox now lead 5-0 on the Rob Deere 2-out miscue. Well, George Bamberger is throwing stuff in the dugout. He may have to see his cardiologist after this game. And rolling in the third, folks. It's 5-0 White Sox. Hewlett's on second. Here's Ozzie Guillen. Guillen grounded out the first his first time. Grounded out the second his first time up. Leary, the pitch, a 2-3. Does that affect his... Nope, he has to give up a couple more runs to be fatigued. It's a 2-3. Grounded down to first. And Robideau is there. Flips to Leary covering to retire the side. But 2 runs are in. And La Russa and the White Sox take a 5-0 lead to the fourth. Here's Dotson. He'll face the top of the order. Felder, Yount, and Molitor. Felder flew out to left his first time up, 0 for 1. The pitch from Dotson is a 2-5 right-hander. Triple 1 to 9, single 10 to 20. This one is clocked out toward right center. The left-handed Felder, it's cut off by Baines. He'll hold Felder to a single. But Mike's got some speed. Let's see if he's going to be interested in stealing a base. Of course he is. Even with a 5-run deficit, they're going to try to get something going and get out of double play territory. Felder, a very good stealer, actually. He'd have a 19 minus 2, 17 if he can get a good lead. He's a 2-6-12. That's a 7. Nope, he's not going anywhere, folks. He'd be an 11. He's not moving. Dotson with a throw over, holding Felder close, and here's Yount. Robin grounded out to short his first time up. Dotson would like to make him do it again for a tailor-made double play if he can. Felder, with a small lead, takes an extra step. Dotson with an eye on him. Now he delivers to Yount. That's a 2-5. Strikes him out. Big strikeout there for Rich Dotson. Felder retreats to first. Skinner threatened to throw down. They're keeping an eye on Felder for sure. Here's Molitor now with 1 out, men on first. Paul 0 for 1 today. The pitch from Dotson. It's a 4-4 against the right-hander. Grounder down to third. Going to be a tough play for Tollison, a 4E20. Everything's a tough play for Wayne. Uh-oh. The dice want to roll what they want to roll. How about a 5-12 on a 4E20? I'm sorry, how about a 12-12 on a 4E20? That's going to be a G3. G3 nothing. What's the base situation? Runner on first. The runner will advance, so Tollison has only 1 play. Felder to second quickly. Fires to first to retire Molitor, the second out of the inning. So Tollison makes the play. Here's Robideau. Billy Joe. They expect big things. Let's see if he outperforms his advanced billing. Felder in scoring position, 2 down. Here's the pitch. Robideau 0 for 1 thus far. The dice are getting jumpy. They want this game over with as quickly as possible. It's a 4-7 against the left-hander. Single 1 to 12, grounder to second. So this one cued on the ground toward Hewlett. We'll never know if it's going to be a base hit or not. When I say single 1 to 12? Got to double check it, sorry. Yeah, that's just past Hewlett. Under his glove, they're going to give Robideau a base hit. And 4-12, sorry. Single asterisk. They get it in quickly. Felder, believe it or not, he wasn't sure what he was doing there. He forgot there were 2 outs, and he stops at third. So maybe a base running miscue by Felder. He probably should have scored there on a base hit. But he was a little hesitant for some reason. And now it's first and third, 2 outs. The little idiosyncrasies of Strat baseball sometimes. We have to explain it away. It's a first and third. That does happen, though. Could have also been that the third baseman, Tolleson, got his glove on it, and Felder had to stop. But we'll call it the way we called it. It's first and third, 2 outs for Riles. Riles 0 for 1 so far today. We've got a jumper. He wanted to sit in the chair with me, but he's going back in the box here. It's a 6-11 against the left-hander. Ballpark single. 1 to 19 for lefties. There's a base hit. And the Brewers are going to be on the board. Felder scores easily. Robideau hustles over to third. Riles has himself an RBI single, and it's 5-1. And Rob Deere coming up as Babe is working hard on food prep. She's almost done, I think, and that's a good thing. She's getting tired.
Yeah, my back.
Back is hurting. Not as much as Rob Deere's is when he swings and misses, though. It's first and third, 1 run in, 2 outs here, and Deere is up. He struck out his first time up. He's on his way to 179 strikeout season, potentially. Dotson with the pitch. 2-6. Deere's down on strikes again. And 1 run's in. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. The White Sox hanging on to a 5-1 lead. The more I talk, the more my sinuses open up. Oh, so I'm going to take a little sip of water here. I'm doing the play-by-play. I need a color guy, so I can take a break every now and then. In any case, oh, we got a hair here. Got a doggy hair, I think. Pick it up. I can't get it. It's a very soft surface here, which is why these dice bounce a little bit. There we go. Might have been a forearm hair, but mine are mostly gray. There's a couple of black ones left. Well, here's Leary. He'll face Skinner at the bottom of the order, followed by Cangelosi and Tolleson. White Sox have a 4-run lead. Skinner 0 for 1. How about a 2-10 against the right-hander? Grounded to short. Riles is there. Over to Robideau. 1 away. That's the second time Skinner's been retired on a 6-3 today. And here's Cangelosi. 1 for 2. Scored a run. 3-6. Grounded down to third. Molitor fields it with a quick release in time to retire Cangelosi for the second out. So 2 quick outs here for Leary. He's doing an every other inning kind of thing. If his team can start scoring, that might work out for him, but probably not. Here's Tolleson. Tolleson 0 for 2. Hasn't gotten out of the infield yet. Batting left, the switch hitter. 3-7. Lofts this one out towards center. He heard what I said, didn't like it. The out, though, will have time and room. And Tolleson's retired. Leary, a 1-2-3 inning here in the 4th. Hangs on to that 4-run deficit for his team. Let's see if the bottom of the order can get them going. It's Householder, Gantner, and Cerrone. Householder, perhaps the most unwieldy name in baseball history. It just sounds like he should be doing something else. Dotson is ready. Householder is 0 for 1. Fouled out to the catcher his first time up. He should be selling mortgages, perhaps. That'd be a good name for a mortgage broker. 1-9 against Householder and strikes him out. Well, that confirms our suspicion that Householder should be selling mortgages, and Jim Gantner comes up. Gantner 1 for 1 was caught stealing back in the 3rd. Dotson with the 3-10. We'll keep this one moving unless it gets close, folks. Well, there's a line drive towards short. Single 1 to 19. Actually, a line drive towards second on the secondary result. So it's a line drive toward Hewlett. He might have a play, but it's past him just. The 19 says Gantner has his second single of the day. And Gantner would be at 13 with a good lead. I don't know if we want to go there. They're trying to make up a 4-run deficit. They'd like to not have a double play. Maybe we'll do the hit and run. Sairil is serviceable on the hit and run, a B. So Bamberger will start the runner. And that's a 3-8. Hit and run B on the 8 is going to be a grounder to the right side. Hewlett is there. He only has one play. Retires Sairil at first and getting her into scoring position with 2 outs. Well, they're trying to chip away here, and it's Mike Felder. Felder 1 for 2 today. Flew out and singled. He scored a run, the only run for Milwaukee thus far. Dotson on the mound from the stretch. Takes a glance at Gantner. Gantner being held in the middle? Yeah, Gantner is going to be held at second base. He never became a household name. Well, we were trying to get there the roundabout way, Dav, but you hit it on the head. That guy should be holding a hammer, not a bat. House Builder would have been better. Here's Felder, 1 for 2. Runner in scoring position. It's a 4-4 against the lefty. Ground ball down to third. Tollison being tested again. Uh-oh. Not responsible for holding the runner at second, is he? I don't think so. No, only on third. So a 4E20 for Tollison at third. Let's see what happens. Well, that 17 is going to be good. The 10, I don't know. 17 is a G1. And the 10's fine, so Tollison gloves it and fires to Robideau. Felder's retired by a step. Nothing doing here for the Brewers. They leave 1 and still trail by 4. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Get out of there, Dotson. You're not pitching your own team. It's Leary back on the mound against 3, 4, 5, Baines, Fisk, and Walker. Harold is 2 for 2 on the day. Drove in a run and scored. How about a 3-8 against the right-hander? Pops this one up on the infield. Robideau has a play and makes it. Baines is retired. Maybe Leary can turn around the trend here. He's been bad in the odd innings and good in the even innings. Well, this is an odd inning. It'd be odd if he was good in this one. Fisk is 1 for 1, was hit by a pitch and came around to score on the Rob Deere error back in the third. Carlton waits from the right side. Leary delivers. It's a 2-6. Line drive, but right at Molitor at third. Takes a little hop and makes the catch for the second out of the inning, and it's going to be Greg Walker. Walker scored twice. He's walked and reached on a fielder's choice. He also drove in a run on that ground ball back in the first. Productive day for Walker thus far. Waits for Leary's pitch from the left. 3-8. Strikes him out. Plus injury, we don't care. A 1-2-3 for Leary. He's retired 7 in a row now. And it would have been 9 in a row without the Rob Deere. Remember, Leary looks like he's given up 5 runs, but Rob Deere really gave up 2 of them. So Leary's not pitching terribly. In fact, he might be outperforming his expectations. Dotson's definitely outperforming his expectations thus far. As we go to the 6th, it's going to be the fatigue inning for both pitchers. And Robin Yount will come up. Yount 0 for 2, trying to get something going for the Brewers, who are 0-1 on the season and looking at 0-2 if they don't get their offense moving. Dotson should be hittable, but thus far he's doing his job. That's a 2-4, going to be a ballpark single for the righty Yount, a 1-10. And that's through for a base hit. Yount yanks it through the left side, and he'll be on with a leadoff single. Well, Robin, very speedy. He's going to try to get a good lead and get in scoring position. Bamberger has not learned his lesson, nor have I. How about a 5? Yount has a good lead. He's a 1-15 to steal this one. The pitch. Skinner fires down. We can't tell. That's cocked. Re-roll it. That's a 4. That wasn't cocked. Not enough to matter. It was clear 4, so Yount has himself a stolen base. Robin at second. There's nobody out. Here's Paul Molitor. Molitor 0 for 2. He's grounded out to third both times. Dotson keeping an eye on Yount at second. How about a 2-7? Single 1-13 or a grounder to third. This one's hit down toward Tollison. It's past him. He gets a glove on it, actually. Knocks it down, and Yount has to stop at third. As a result, Molitor's on with a base hit. Molitor, another speedster. He's going to try to get a good lead. with first and third and nobody out. He needs a 5 or a 6. He's going to get a 5. He's going to be a 1-17 to steal it. They throw down. He's in there. Yount had thoughts at third, but stays. So a couple of stolen bases following a couple of singles, and the Brewers are threatening here in the 6th. Dotson may be getting a little tired. It's runners at second and third with nobody out. And here's Robideau. They're playing back. They'll concede the run. Baines 2 for 3, padding his stats. Yeah, exactly. Well, here's Robideau. He's 1 for 2 so far today. He's got a great chance here. 2 runners in scoring position. The left-handed Robideau waits for the pitch from Dotson. It's a 5-5. Grounder to shortstop X. Guillen a 2 E24. Is he holding anybody? Nope. Not with second and third, he's not. And that's a 12-8. What did I say? 2 E24? G1. G1, no error. Runners on second and third is going to be runners advance. The batter is out. So, Yount comes home on the grounder to deep short. Mahler will stop at third. Robideau is retired on 6-3 and gets himself an RBI. It's now 5-2. The Brewers chipping away at that 4-run lead. It's now 3-run lead. Mahler on third, and they're playing deep for Riles, so they'll concede another run, believe it or not. Well, it's not the tying run, folks, and that's how they play it usually. So here's Riles. He's 1 for 2. Dotson, 1-hitter walk away from fatigue. That's a possible balk. Dotson doesn't balk, so we'll re-roll. How about a 2-9 against the right-hander? Strikes him out. Big strikeout there for Dotson. He doesn't want to come out of this game just yet. 2 outs now with Mahler at third. And Rob Deere coming up. Well, Deere's got 2 choices here. Hit it out of the park or miss completely. He'll draw the occasional walk. But for the most part, he's a strikeout homer guy against righties. He struck out twice so far today against Dotson. Let's see if he can change his stars. Mahler on third. Mahler, right? Yep. That's a 4-7 against the right-hander. And, well, Deere goes a single off the pitcher's card. That's going to be a base hit and an RBI. Mahler scores easily, and Deere makes it a 5-3 game, and Dotson's day is done. He's tired. So Dotson goes 5 2/3 thus far. Let's do some stuff. We won't have the runs yet, but we can do the hits and walks and strikeouts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hits. No homers, walks and strikeouts. We've got 0-1, 0-2, 0-3, 0-4. No walks, which is great, and 5 strikeouts. Dotson pitched pretty well. He stands to win it if they can hold on to this lead. The dogs are super tired. Oscar's stretched out on the couch like a dead camel.
Oh, damn it. Midge's tail was all over, just on his face.
On his face, yeah. It's like his sleep mask.
Yeah.
So Dotson's day is done. Householder is due up, followed by Gantner and Cerrone. They'd like a lefty, probably, if they have one. Runner on first with 2 outs. Who's the lefty for Chicago? Well, that's too early for him. Got a weird bullpen here for Chicago. Not a lot of innings pitched, weirdly. How's he do against lefties? Not so well. They have a reverse lefty in here somewhere? Sheesh. They've got some lefty specialists with limited innings. Actually, they've got a lefty specialist with limited innings in Joel McKeon. We're in the 6th. We need some length, actually. They're going to go Gene Nelson, folks, with a lead. They're going to go Nelson to try to get some work and see if they can hand it off to somebody at some point. Not a great bullpen, as a lot of these mediocre 86 teams we will discover. So Gene Nelson comes on in. He's a pitcher 3E0 with a 3 fatigue, so he could go the distance from here if he needs to. And he pitches well. So Dotson on the hook for the win if Nelson can get out of trouble here. It's 2 outs, Deere on first, and Householder up. The pitch from Nelson, 6'10", lefty. Ballpark single against the left-hander, 1-19. Well, that's not good. No, that's a jumper. How about an 11 base hit for Householder? He's tired of people talking crap about him, folks. Line's a base hit to the left side, and it's first and third now. Deer to third with 2 outs. Here's Gantner. Gantner 2 for 2. And suddenly, this could be a close game. Householder on first represents the tying run. 2 outs here, top of the 6th, and Nelson delivers to the lefty Gantner. A 2-10. Grounded down to third, Tolleson with an easy play. He goes the long way to retire Gantner for the 3rd out of the inning, but the Brewers pick up 2 and make it a game. It's 5-3 Chicago as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Leary comes out for the 6th with a little more hope than he had before. His team just trailing by 2 now. If he can keep it right here, we might have a ball game for the final 3. It's going to be Kittle, Hewlett, and Guillen for the White Sox. Ron Kittle, 1 for 2 on the day. Leary delivers a 1-9. Strikes him out. Second strikeout in a row for Leary. He's finding a little extra break on his breaking balls now that his arm's a little tired, and there's 1 away. Here's Hewlett. He's 1 for 2. Knocked in a run. Hey, Jimmy Jam, good morning. Welcome to the game. We've got the White Sox leading Milwaukee 5-3 here in the bottom of the 6th. 1 out, and White Sox batting. It's Tim Hewlett against Tim Leary. Battle of the Tims. 2 forgettable baseball players. A 3-3 grounder down to first. Looks like Robideau has it, and he'll flip it to Leary for the 2nd out of the inning. That'll bring up Ozzie Guillen, better known as a manager than a player, but he was a pretty good shortstop in his time. 0 for 2 thus far today, 2 groundouts. Guillen waits 4-9, and this one's being grounded right to Robideau at first. He'll take it himself to retire the side. 1-2-3 for Leary in the 6th. He does what he's supposed to do. Trying to make up for that Deer error a couple of innings ago. He holds the score. Gives his team a chance to tie it up here in the 7th. It's going to be Cerrone, followed by Felder and Yount against Nelson. You got the closing cost right here, baby. Householder. Householder's an animal. It's his first hit of the year, too, I believe. All right. So here's Cerrone. Trying to do better than Householder. He feels threatened now. If Householder could catch, Cerrone might be worried. Nelson working in his 2nd inning. He's only gotten 1 out so far, so he's got a ways to go before he has to worry about being tired. He's going to try to hold the score for La Russa. It's a 3-5 base hit. Cerrone goes the other way. Nice piece of hitting by Rick, and he's on at first with nobody out for Mike Felder. Cerrone being held, but they're holding him loosely. Don't let go. Here's Mike Felder. It's a 3-7 against Nelson. That's a strikeout. Nelson looking sharp. Gets the lefty switch-hitting Felder on strikes for the 1st out of the inning, and here's Robin Yount. Here's where the trouble starts. If you're going through the Milwaukee lineup, you've got Yount and Molitor, and then theoretically Robideau could be a problem, but we know that to be not the case usually. Yount 1 for 3 on the day. Stole a base and scored a run his last time up. Cerrone on first, 1 out. The pitch from Nelson, it's a 4-9. Grounder to 2nd. Hewlett is there. He'll have only 1 play. Tosses to first to retire Yount. Cerrone to 2nd. In scoring position now with 2 outs for Molitor. Molitor 1 for 3. Stole a base and scored a run just like Yount his last time up. The speed paying dividends for Milwaukee today. Nelson delivers to Molitor. How about a 4? That's cocked. 4-7 against the righty. That's a base on balls. The 4-6 would have been a ground out, but instead Molitor with the cocked eye gets the walk. So he's on at first with 2 outs, and he's going to try to get a lead, because why not? Actually, let's look at Nelson's hold. It's a -1, -2. So now it's a minus. This actually is a better hold. -4, -6. Molitor would still be a 15 with a good lead, though, so he's going to try, and he needs a 5 or a 6. He gets an 8, so Nelson tosses over, holding Molitor close to the bag, and Robideau will bat with a man on first and 2 outs. Just taking our time here on a Sunday morning, folks, enjoying some Strat-O-Matic Baseball 1986 style. 4-7 against the lefty Robideau. That's hit toward first, a single 1-3. And it is a base hit for Robideau. The White Sox announcers talking crap about the Milwaukee up-and-comers. Mahler around second. This is one of those weird situations. A 1-17. I'm not going to move him, folks. I don't make the third out at third base. Not with the powerful Ernie Riles coming up. Well, Nelson's given up 2 hits here, walking a hit here. It's runners on first and second with... Oh, God, wait. I forgot about Cerrone. Give me a second. Cerrone rounds third with 2 outs. That might be worth it. My fault. Where the hell's Cerrone? There he is. He's not fast. He's a 1-10. He wasn't being held. Makes him a 1-11. That was a single to pass the first baseman, so that's going to be the right fielder. Oh, it's a single 1 asterisk. What am I worried about? Never mind. The bases are loaded. Nobody's going anywhere. I missed the asterisk the first time. I got confused. It's bases loaded. 2 men out for Ernie Riles. Riles 1 for 3 on the day, an RBI, and he struck out his last time up. Nelson shouldn't be tired yet, but he's struggling a little bit right now. Bases full of Brewers. Got to keep an eye on that score sheet, folks. 1-8 against the right-hander. Fly ball to left. It's medium deep. Going back is Fisk. He's running back. Now he slows up. He has room. And he makes the catch to retire the side. So 3 to left. The Brewers' best chance right there to get this one tied up or better. Nelson hangs on. And we go to the bottom of the 7th. 5-3 Chicago. Leary comes out for the 7th. He has retired, well, quite a few in a row. 10 in a row since the Deer error. He doesn't trust his fielders anymore. He just figures he'll do it himself. And he comes out to face the bottom of the order. Skinner, followed by Cangelosi and Tolleson. Skinner 0 for 2. A couple of grounders to short. How about a 4-12? Single 1-15 or a line out to short. This one hit toward Riles. And it's past, it's past him. I keep doing those splits in reverse in my head. So Skinner on at first with a leadoff single. And here's Cangelosi. That breaks up Leary's 10 in a row. But Cangelosi bats from the left side. They're not looking for a bunt here, not with the lead. It's a 4-3 against the lefty. Lofts this one out to right. Deer a 3-9. 3-E-9 out there. How about an 11-7? An 11 on a 3's an F2, and a 7 on an E9 is nothing. Deer makes the catch. Medium deep, Sir Skinner returns to first. 1 down. Here's Tolleson. Wayne's 0 for 3. Managed to get a ball into the outfield the first time up, last time up. Skinner on first, 1 out. Leary to Tolleson. How about a 5-8? Tolleson batting left, strikes him out. 2 away. So Leary had some issues early on, but he's settled down nicely, and now there's 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. Skinner on first for Baines. Harold's 2 for 3. Drove in 1 and scored 1. A 1-6 against the righty. A single up the middle. 3rd hit of the day for Baines. Skinner stops at second with 2 outs. It's been a common situation today, even when it wasn't actually the situation. And that'll be Carlton Fisk coming up with 2 men on, 2 out. Leary, 1 hitter walk away from fatigue. Fisk waits from the right side. He is 1 for 2. Was hit by a pitch and scored back in the 4th. Or 3rd, pardon me. How about a 4-6 against the right-hander? That's a base hit out toward left center. Could be trouble, a double 1-3. It's not. Cut off out there by Felder, but a run will score. A 2 asterisk single. Baines over to 3rd. Skinner scores to make it 6-3. Fisk with an RBI, and Leary is going to call it a day. So Timmy, a pretty good outing, but the error really hurt him. He goes, 6 2/3? Yep. And actually, let's finish the book on Dotson while we're at it. Ends up being 3 runs all earned against Dotson. Nelson's still in there. Now let's do the book on Leary after we put him away. So Leary is the Milwaukee pitcher. He's going to go with the back of the Milwaukee rotation. And who's going to come in? for the Brewers. It's going to be, what do we got? Walker, Kittle. Well, you need the lefty out. A couple of ways they could go here. It's the 7th. They're going to go McClure. Bob McClure are going to come in and get some work. Lefty on lefty action here. McClure, the left-hander, a 3.23 with a 2 fatigue rating. Pretty good bullpen for Brewers. They've got McClure, Mark Clear, and Dan Plesac all out there. So Bamberger has his choice of arms, right? Here's Greg Walker. Let's finish up Leary's line. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. He gave up 5 first-inning hits, and then 6. And then just 3 after that. I'm sorry, 6, 7, 8, 4 after that. So 9 hits for Leary. No homers. 6 runs thus far. I know 2 of them were unearned. Let's see the rest. Those 2 are unearned. That's earned. So 4 earned runs. Walks and strikeouts. He's still on the hook for these runs too. Shit. But anyway, we can edit that if we need to. Hit by pitch. We want to note that because we keep track of those, folks. If you can roll it, I generally track it. I just don't do fielding other than errors. 1 walk and 3 strikeouts for Leary. He gives way to McClure, who'll try to get Walker to get out of this inning. Walker hits lefties pretty well. Bob's done with his warm-up pitches. There's 2 outs, first and third. Baines on third with not much speed. Fisk on first with not much speed. So if Walker wants to score both of them, he's going to have to hit it out of the park probably. They're not holding either runner. How about a 5-8 against the left-hander? Fly ball to left. Medium deep. Felder's back. He has room, and he makes the play. So McClure does his job. 1 run in. The White Sox take a 6-3 lead to the 8th. Nelson going to come out? Let's see. He's pitched 1 1/3 so far. He was rocky last inning, but they're going to give him the work with a 3-run lead. Try to get through the 8th anyway. He's going to face Deere, Householder, the mortgage broker, and Gantner. Here's Rob Deere, 1 for 3 on the day. 2 strikeouts, and he singled home run last time up. Nelson delivers. It's a 6-10 against the righty. Strikes out Deere. Deere's 3rd strikeout of the day. And there's 1 down. Here's Householder. Nelson with the pitch. A 1-4 fly ball to left. Fisk is there. No problem. And Householder is retired. Now here's Gantner, 2 for 3 on the day. Moving it right along. Somebody closes their car door somewhere in the stadium, and it reverberates. It's a 1-7 against the righty. Lofted out to center field. Cangelosi has plenty of room. Roams over. And a 1-2-3 inning for Nelson here in the 8th. Nice job, Gene. He settles down after a rough inning last time and protects that lead for Tony La Russa and the White Sox. I don't know if McClure's going to come out against righty-lefty here. Well, they're trailing, and he's only faced 1 batter, so we'll let McClure get some work against Kittle. Kittle 1 for 3. About a 6-5 against the right-hander. Shortstop X. That's Ernie Riles, a 4.23. That was a quick 7th inning stretch as we keep it moving. It's a 5-14 against the 4.23. Single 1. No error, so a base hit past Riles for Ron Kittle. And the leadoff man is on here for Chicago. Kittle, occasional speed. Interesting. Let's double check these holds. -3 and +1 is a -2, so that'd be a -4, -6 now. So Kittle's held on. He's not going anywhere. Here's Hewlett. Tim 1 for 3 on the day. He drove in a run early. That's going to be a 3-7 grounder to short. Looks like a tailor-made double play. It is. It's Riles to Gantner to Robideau, 6-4-3. That classic combination. One of the most unknown double play combinations in baseball history. And there's 2 quick outs here. Ozzie Guillen will come up. Ozzie's 0 for 3, has yet to get the ball out of the infield. Hey, Yankees Bob. I've been enjoying my 86 videos. Presentations well done. Well, I really appreciate that, Yankees Bob. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I'm having a hell of a lot of fun calling them. I have discovered that it's much more fun to call games to you guys than it is to play them by myself. I occasionally call them out loud when I'm home and it's just me, but it's not nearly as much fun when you have an audience, or not nearly as much fun as when you have an audience. And this way, my wife doesn't look at me so weird. So it does slow down my replay season a little bit, which is something I'm honestly conflicted with. But that's okay. It takes the games about 3 times as long this way. But if I'm having more fun, who the hell cares? If I want to pick up the pace at some point, I can, and roll fewer games on stream. But right now, we're just doing this thing. So thank you for your kind words, sir. I don't know why I'm monologuing, as Ozzie Guillen waits impatiently to bat from the left side with 2 outs here. Bottom of the 8th. How about a 5-10 for the left-hander? Strikes him out. McClure retires the side, the non-traditional 1-2-3 with a double play. And the Brewers will come up. It's their last chance. Gene Nelson's day is done for the Sox, I believe. He's pitched well. But with a 3-run lead, we're going to see who the hell's their closer. Oh, my God. Well, they've got a couple of options. And, there's ways to play replays, and then it's hard to ignore past knowledge, right? We know how things turn out. And I could go with Bob James, who had 14 saves. It is a 3-run lead. We could give, but you know what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to give Bob the chance to be the closer. Because that's probably how the season started, with his 14 saves, but his 5.25 ERA. They have a 3-run lead. It's pretty safe. La Russa's going to go with his guy, James. Is he? Am I looking at the right thing? I hate when I do this. Yep. So Nelson's day is done. James comes in. I'm still getting adjusted to how I keep the cards here. Because this isn't quite the way I set up when I was playing solo for years. So it's a little, I have to double check my stacks sometimes. Where'd you get my dice tower? From these guys right here, man. Michigan and Trumbull. You can contact them on Facebook. They're very active in most of the baseball groups on Facebook. Strat-O-Matic, Apple, all those guys. Really, really nice job. They'll custom make a stadium for you. He had great communication. From the time I ordered it to the time it arrived at my door was about 2 weeks. He communicated with me throughout the process, asked me, what kind of ads I liked, obviously what stadium I was looking for, and did just a beautiful job here on this Yankee Stadium. I'm probably doing a disservice by just showing it top down. There's that Michigan Trumbull logo. There's the 1977 Yankee Stadium view. Because the 70s Yankee Stadium, 70s and 80s, the one I really remember. And then we've got the retired numbers on the side here. That's pretty cool, right? We've got a little Yankee Stadium Pepsi banner there. I'm a Pepsi guy myself. Only we're missing is a Ballantine, I think. Got Jeter and Mantle in the outfield there. That's cool. And then, they keep sending me these, so got to put them somewhere. There's a Stratitude sticker here just for fun. So probably should dust this guy a little bit. It's getting some good use, though. Just put a headset on. People assume I'm on a call rather than talking to myself. Well, my wife knows I'm crazy and nobody else cares. So the neighbors probably know I'm crazy too. They just see me sitting here through the window rolling dice bent over a card table all day long when I'm not at work. So yeah, it's a cool stadium. I'm very happy with it. I had a little bit of trouble working it into my dice rolling routine because this is another thing that if you're trying to play quickly, it slows me down a little bit. But I really love it. I only have a single complaint. The walls could be a little bit higher because it's a very soft surface. It's nice and quiet, as I'm sure you can hear on the screen or on the stream. But the dice can bounce a little sometimes. That's my only complaint. Otherwise, very, very happy with it. And my fix for that is I just have backup dice, and then I field them after the stream instead of chasing them all over the house. Well, anyway, folks, we're into the 9th, and Tony La Russa has sent out his closer, Bob James. I want to close the book on Nelson. He pitched well. He pitched 2.1 innings. He gave up, 3 hits, no homers, no runs or earned runs. Kept it right where it was, which is his job. All right, there's a strikeout, a walk, 1 walk and 2 strikeouts for Nelson. He gets the hold. Dotson's still the pitcher of record. He stands to win it if James can close this one out. And we've got Rick Cerrone coming up. Cerrone, a pretty good hitter. He's going to hit for himself despite batting ninth here. I don't think we have anybody amazing on the bench. Well, we have Cecil Cooper. But Cerrone's actually got a better card against righties. We could go Ben Ogilvy, actually. Well, you know what? We're going to probably save Ogilvy and Manning for if Tollison comes up to bat. So Cerrone's going to get to bat for himself here. He's 1 for 3 on the day. James is done with his warm-up pitches. He pitches from the right side. How about a 2-12 against the right-hander? Hit by a pitch. Uh-oh. Cerrone gets plunked. And that's not how you wanted to start it off. Cerrone down to first. Now, here's where things start getting interesting. We might need some speed on the bases here. We're going to save Manning's bat, but... We'll go ahead and bring in Charlie Moore, the backup catcher, who's a little more athletic than Rick. He's a 1-13 runner versus a 1-10. So we're not going to go for a real speedster here because Rick Manning's bat is one I like to keep on the bench in these cases. But Cerrone's day is done. Charlie Moore will pinch run. And if it goes to it and they manage to tie this one up or take the lead, he will stay in at catcher. So Moore can steal, but that's not why we put him in there. They're going to hold him, though, which also opens things up. And we go to Mike Felder, top of the order. Felder 1 for 4 today. The kitchen chair moving across the floor is what you heard there. Don't be alarmed. No one's attacking my home. All right. Felder bats from the left side against James. James, a questionable closer choice by Tony La Russa. It's a 6-7 against the left-hander. Strikes him out. Questionable what? Cangelosi's the first out on strikes. And now you've got... Wait, where am I? Cangelosi. What the hell am I talking about? Felder's the first out on strikes. And now you've got some trouble. Here's Robin Yount coming up. Robin's 1 for 4 today. Scored a run. Moore on at first. The pinch runner for Cerrone. 1 down here. The White Sox looking for a double play. Yount waits for the pitch. James delivers a 1-5. That's trouble, folks. Triple 1-11, double 12-20. Hit out toward deep left center. That's off the wall. Fielded quickly by Fisk. He chugs it back in, but let's see. Moore around second to third. What was my call here? A 1-5. That's not a 1-5. It is a 1-5. 20 is going to be a double. No asterisks. They hold Moore at third because his run matters, but not enough to get thrown out. So second and third, 1 out now, and Molitor comes to the plate. Paul represents the tying run. Molitor has normal power against righties. James looking shaky out there. Skinner goes out to talk with him, try to settle him down. Second and third, those runs, believe it or not, don't matter, except that they'll make it closer. It's Molitor at the plate who's the problem. Paul is 1 for 3 today, scored a run and walked. He also stole a base. Was Fisk plunked earlier? Payback? It might be. I think you're right. They're plunking the catchers. You're 100% correct, sir. Good looking out, Bruce. So a little payback there, and I guess that means we're going to get a warning. I don't think so, though. I don't think Al Clark's that dumb. I don't think he thinks there's any payback from Bob James here in the ninth trying to save this one. Not to the leadoff batter, anyway. Unless James has supreme overconfidence, so no warnings are issued. They do talk it over. And here's Molitor, second and third, 1 out. Thought about putting them on, but it's not happening. They're not going to put the tying run on base unless they have to. 2-7, hit down toward third. This could be a tough play for Tollison. Single 1-13. It's past him. A base hit. A run will score. And La Russa shakes his head. It's now a 6-4 game. Molitor at first. Very good base stealer. Very good speed. Yount down at second. He could trot home on pretty much anything. But Molitor's the run that matters. There's one out, first and third, and here's the slugger with 2 hits on the day, Billy Joe Robideau. He's got 2 ringing singles and an RBI ground ball. There's one out here, top of the 9th. Brewers down by 2. Molitor at first, the tying run. Robideau, the winning run. Or go-ahead run, potentially. James is set from the stretch. He delivers. How about a 5-8 against the left-hander? Base on balls, and LaRussa's seen enough. That's it for Bob James. We can only go so far, folks. Bases loaded with 1 out. And Ernest Riles is coming up, and LaRussa's going to make a change. He wants to start 2-0. He doesn't want to play any of this 500 crap. Well, James will probably get another chance another day, but right now, LaRussa's looking for someone, and it's going to be Joel McKeon. Wait, does he have a closer ready? He can't even come in right now. He'd be fatigued immediately. Well, shit, they don't have a choice, folks. They got to go with 1 or 2 guys. And it looks like well, you know who I want to go with. But I don't think he got the chance that early, so we're going to go with Dave Schmidt. I don't think Bobby Thigpen got a chance early in the season in '86. So I'm going to go with Dave Schmidt. Thigpen, an unproven commodity. He'll be the closer of last resort for the White Sox, probably when they're long out of the race. Not in '86, right? Yeah. There's a couple more years before Thigpen became known as a shutdown closer. And broke Righetti's record, I believe. The first guy to surpass the record that Righetti sets here in '86, right? With 50-something. I think he had 56 or 57 the first year he was a full-time closer. Maybe not the first year, but that was his record-breaking year for sure. Anyway, bases loaded, full of Brewers. Molitor on second, the tying run. Robideau on first, the possible go-ahead run. And here's Ernest Riles. And this is a tough, it's not that tough, folks. Dave Schmidt's out there. Let's make that change. I just want to see how bad James was. He hit a batter. Note that. He gave up 2 hits, a walk, and a K. No homers, thank goodness. And how many innings? 1/3 of an inning. James did not have it today. Riles due up. I don't think it's going to be Riles. I think it's going to be Ogilvy. We do have a shortstop on the bench, right? Dale Swaim is available as a defensive replacement. So Ogilvy is going to come in. Riles' day is done. That is my second change. So that's a B. Ernie's out of there. And Ogilvy, a professional hitter in the wind-down stages of his career, but he's had power. I believe he hit 35 homers one year, maybe 38 another. Used to be a big part of this Milwaukee offense in the early 80s. He's relegated to platoon here, and he's going to come in to bat against Schmidt. So bases loaded, full of Brewers. Riles' day is done. Ogilvy's in, bats left. You can see what he does against righties. And let's see what happens. Schmidt likes the sign from the stretch. Bases full of Brewers. It's a 5-6 left-hander. A fly ball out to left. That looks playable. Fisk is going back. He will have a play on it. Makes the jogging catch. Fisk, that's jogging, but he's running as fast as he can. That's going to be deep enough. It's going to be a sac fly. Yount basically walks home. Everybody else stays where they are, being that it's to the left. And now it's a 1-run game. 2 runs are in. There are 2 outs, and Rob Deere due up. Well, what do you do here, folks, if you're Rob Deere? They're going to count on Deere. They think Deere's going to be a big part of any success they may have here in Milwaukee. The young man has struck out 3 times today. He also singled and drove in a run. He has immense power. But can he make contact? That's the question. Dave Schmidt's going to find out. It's first and second, 2 outs. The tying run on second, the go-ahead run at first, and Deere waits for the pitch from Schmidt. Can Schmidt do what James couldn't? It's a 5-5 against the right-hander. Strikes out Deere. That's the ball game. La Russa pulls the right trigger at the right time and squeaks this one away. The second straight win for the Chicago White Sox to open the season. The Brewers come up with 2, but they come up short. And the Chicago White Sox beat the Milwaukee Brewers by a final score of 6-5. Here on a beautiful April afternoon in Comiskey Park. James was terrible. Dotson will end up getting the win after all that. Schmidt gets the save. James officially credited with a hold, but we don't track those. He gave up 2 runs, both earned. Schmidt comes on, goes 2/3 of an inning. No hits, no homers, no runs, no earned runs. Those runs belong to James. No walks and 1 strikeout. And Dave Schmidt has possibly stolen the closer role away from Bob James for the time being. That was a pretty good game, folks. Looked like it was going to be a blowout early, but these teams are pretty evenly matched, and they came close. Ogilvy and Jackson had, I can't read it, it's behind that stupid heart. What? They had 41 homers each. Look at that. I didn't know that, Yankees Bob. I didn't know he hit 40. So we're going to get these cards settled, just like we did last game. For those of you who are wondering, it's Sunday morning, 11:38, coming up on noon time. We're just taking our time playing through some American League Baseball here in 1986. There's 2 more games on the schedule in the American League for Wednesday the 9th. We're going to go ahead and continue. Our next game will be, I guess it wasn't Minnesota at Cleveland. It was somebody else. Well, shucks, whatever. It's going to be the Minnesota Twins visiting the Oakland Athletics in Oakland, Alameda County Coliseum. The pitchers will be Smithson and Rijo. So that's where we're coming up next. And after that, if we have time, and I'm still inclined, it'll be Toronto visiting Texas. Right now, we're going to get these cards sorted and close out the pitching lines. All right. Oh, Dan Plezak's got a little stain on his card. Well, that's okay. That means they're well played, folks. I hate keeping toys in the boxes. Defeats the point for me. I understand collectibles and all that, but, man, if you want to collect them, buy one to play with and, well, do what the hell you want. What do I care? Really? Who am I talking to? I've got boxes full of Star Wars figures that have never been opened that I haven't seen in 15 years. Someday I'll clean them out and probably sell them. Let's just get these guys in order so they're ready for their next game. Gene Nelson did pitch today, yes. So that was a good one. We've had 2 good ones here. Making them close. Maybe I'm mismanaging the hell out of them, but it's a good time. All right, so let's just see who gets what. Leary is going to end up with the loss because they never made up the difference. McClure went 1 1/3 to close it out. Did not factor in the decision. He gave up a hit and struck out 1. That was all McClure's line. So 1 1/3, 1 hit, 1 strikeout. Leary takes the loss. He went 6 2/3, gave up 9 hits, 6 runs, 4 of them earned. Rob Deere contributed with a 2-run error, and the final strikeout of the game. By the way, Rob Deere, 1 for 5, but 4 Ks. Does that earn him a golden sombrero or what? Well, he had a base hit, so I don't know if it's official, but so yeah, Leary the loss, Dotson the win. The White Sox had 10 hits. The Brewers had 8, 11, 13 hits. Wow. A lot of guys on base today and a lot of guys left. In real life, it was 4-3 Milwaukee. So Chicago steals one here and goes to 2-0 on the season behind Tony La Russa. Let's check for errors. I think I noted at least one. No, maybe I'm thinking of the last game. Were there any errors in this game with all these 4 fielders? Well, none for the White Sox. 6-10-0 for the White Sox. There's the E9 on Deere. Just 1 error in this game. 5-13-1 for Milwaukee. So as we did the first time, folks, we rolled the White Sox game with the Yankees dice. Oh, well. We'll switch them out for this one, as it's going to be Oakland hosting the next game. The Athletics will face the Twins. And just like before, they're ready to go. We'll get it set up, and then I'll take a little break. That's not them. Did I not set them up? Maybe I didn't set them up. Who the hell was the Cleveland game? Oh, it was Cleveland-Baltimore. I'm sorry. Cleveland beat Baltimore 8-7 in that wild 14-inning affair. I was misremembering. I don't know how I missed this one on my schedule, but that's all right. We'll get them set up pretty quick. Today's the 9th, so Viola and Cotteroli are gone. Minnesota. Going to send Mike Smithson to the mound. We'll grab these lineups in a moment. Just get these cards put in the correct order. Alvaro Espinosa. Killing some time on this Sunday morning. Doing one of our favorite things as we wait for the Super Bowl this evening. I was going to, unless you want me to stop. What do you want me to do?
I was asking you anything watched.
I'll take a look. I'm going to get up and take a break anyway, so. But we will still be live streaming, folks. The break just means I'm going to move around. Make sure there's no blood clots or other issues with this life as we get into middle age here. Got to keep moving, folks. Got to exercise. Got to do the right thing. So that we can enjoy a lot more of these games, right? So it's Mike Smithson on the mound for Minnesota. Let's see how the lineup's going to go. We need Kirby Puckett leading off and playing center field. Mark Salas, the catcher, batting second. What year is this? Kent Herbeck, the first baseman, will bat third. Tom Brunensky, the right fielder, bats fourth. Roy Smalley will designated hitter and bat fifth. Randy Bush will be in left field batting sixth. It's Gary Gaetti playing third and batting seventh. Greg Gagne, the shortstop, batting eighth. And Steve Lombardozzi will play second and bat ninth. Let's get these guys lined up the way I like them, which is in at-bat order usually. So I use the guys who get used the most first. That's how I help manage my usage, if you were wondering. Let's see. It's going to be Butcher, Blylev, and Viola Smithson, according to the Ron Bernier updated starter scoring sheets. There's the bullpen. So Smithson is a 3E14 with a 6 fatigue. Puckett a 1-4 E6. Who do you guys got in the game tonight? I am an unapologetic Patrick Mahomes fan. Even though 49ers were my second team growing up, despite being a Giants fan. I had a love affair with Joe Montana as a kid. Not that kind of love affair. So the 49ers used to be my second choice. But I really like Mahomes. I've been enjoying watching his career lately. And I very honestly hope he goes on to win more Super Bowls than Brady. So anytime he's in the game, I want to see him win. I like seeing history happen. And it's not because I hated Brady, by the way. When Brady was in those historic Super Bowls after he won his fourth, I wanted to see him keep winning as well, as long as it wasn't against the Giants. Because, A, I wanted to make sure the only one he ever lost to was the Giants. And B, I wanted to see history. That's just my usual sports take. If it's not my team, I'm rooting for the historic thing to happen. An historic event. What do you guys think about that? I don't know. I don't know what I think about it. Who the fuck cares? I just hope it's a good game. I don't have any money on it. I don't like betting. I don't want to have my enjoyment of the game influenced negatively by anything that would hurt me when it's not my team. It hurts enough when it is my team and they blow it. So it's going to be Jose Rijo for the Athletics. And it's kind of a fun A's team. They're not great, but they're on the verge of getting good. And you've got Canseco in the lineup. You've got McGuire on the bench. Although he was probably a September call-up. For us, he's on the bench. And he actually got in the first game as a defensive substitute at third out of pure necessity. I used to blow through these. Like, we've been playing for what, about 3 hours now? Usually that would have been something like 9 games, 8 or 9 games, depending on the pace I was playing at. We've gotten through 2, and that's okay. I'm having fun. Haas, hope you are too. Haas, Langford, and Ahar Cordaroli on the rotation behind Riho. Make sure we got those set correctly. There's the bullpen. Let's find the lineup. It's going to be Tony Phillips leading off. Bruce Bhakti, as I've been instructed, batting second. Got to find him. Where are you, Bruce? Dwayne Murphy, the center fielder, batting third. Dave Kingman, the slugger, Kong himself, batting cleanup. Mike Davis, reliable and forgotten right fielder. Cardi Lansford, batting sixth and playing third. Jose Canseco, the rookie this year, batting seventh and playing left. Alfredo Griffin, the king of shortstop errors with good speed, batting eighth. And it's switch-hitting catcher Mickey Tettleton, batting ninth. All right, so let's get these guys in that same kind of order. Here's a 242, 114, 103. McGuire was 53 at bats. There's Ron Renicky. See, Gary's brother, I don't know if they're related. They probably were. It's a weird name for them not to be related. So Riho on the mound. He is a 3E22 with a 7 fatigue. Phillips plays second base. He's a 3E21. Bhakti is first base, 3E14. Murphy, a 1, -2, pretty good arm, E3. Not to be confused with Dale Murphy, who has a very good arm. Kingman, the designated hitter, thank God. Otherwise, he's a 5E30 at first. 2 -3, E11 for Mike Davis and right. Lansford's a 3E6. Canseco is a 4, -2, E15. Griffin's a 1E25. Not as bad as I thought. Great range. I think his arm was his problem, if I remember correctly. And here's Tettleton, 3+1, E68, P5, if you're scoring at home. What's she eating?
A treat from Aunt Janice yesterday.
She's making quite a mess, isn't she?
It's peanut butter biscuits with chicken.
All right, so we didn't get any dice for Chicago, and it benefited them, but it almost cost them, perhaps. We're going to get some dice for Oakland, folks. We're going to get a couple of green and 1 yellow. And then, well, those are 12-siders. So for our 20-siders, I guess we're going to, I don't have a green 20-sider in here. Must be in one of the boxes somewhere. So let's just
Or
go
on
with
the floor.
Or on the floor. No, it's not on the floor. We'll go with the black die by default. Thanks, babe. All right, folks, I'm going to get up and stretch it out a little bit. They are brothers. All right, thanks, Yankees Bob. Give me about 5 minutes just to stretch. Check to see if I have any laundering that needs to be done. And
Not money.
rehydrate. No, not money laundering. We have no money to launder.
That's fair.
Heavily invested in Strat-O-Matic baseball sets. And good bourbon.
That's true.
So, but we're happy, and that's all that matters. And at the moment, we're healthy.
Thank
And
God.
that's all you can really ask for, folks. Plus, a nice Sunday morning to play Strat-O-Matic with awesome people on YouTube. This is my announcer voice. I'm going to walk around and talk in my normal voice now. Hi, babe. How are you? I can't even find my normal voice right now. It's just here. Welcome to Yankee Stadium. Actually, to Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. That's a mouthful.
That's what she said.
Try to keep it clean, wifey. Try to keep it clean.
I'm sorry. I'm making a
There
joke.
could be children watching, and we don't want to have to explain these jokes.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry.
dogs, they're killers. That was probably really loud. We do apologize. Fortunately, Midge did not go on the table. She might have knocked over Yankee Stadium like an angry Godzilla. Yes, dear. All right, enjoy.
Thank you. You put everything in the laundry?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Thank you. Oh, that's good to stretch. I don't know if I'll break these down when we post this to YouTube. I might just break them into the 3 games, so as not to have a 9-hour broadcast or something. Although I guess people can pick it up at their own pace, but anybody who sees like 5 hours is probably going to go, I'm not watching that. I know that's my mentality sometimes. Although I will watch, if I'm really engaged, I'll watch it in increments. And fast forward through the boring parts where the dogs bark and stuff, so. Sorry, man. Sorry, Larry. Shoot. Everybody keep your hearts in one place. All right. Actually, one more minute. I just want to use the bathroom myself. And we'll get this Minnesota-Oakland game cranking. I'd really like to get through these 2 games. And we might move a little quicker pace. But the games keep being competitive, so it's tough. Oh. Let me know when you're done. We've still got a National League schedule as well. But I don't think we're going to get to that today. That seems, well, who knows? Who knows, man? What else are we doing? Just hanging out and playing baseball. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's just wait for the dogs to come back inside. Puppy dogs, what are you doing?
Where's the babies? They're out there.
I will. Come on. Oscar. Just goes. Doggy, 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 doggy. No? Yeah, ready? You're going to wait till I start rolling the game, right? Then you want to come inside. I understand. I know how this works. You can't fool me. No. All right. Let's see if we can get through a half inning, folks, before the dogs lose their minds again and want to come inside. Oh, boy. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I've said that a couple of times, I'm sure, but I really mean it. So here's Riho. Yep, there they go. Me, Jay. Take a tail pill, baby. Rat, 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 roo, rat, rat, roo. That's her bark. So Riho's on the mound, the right-hander. He's going to face Kirby Puckett to lead things off. Let's just get it going, all right? The dogs bark in the distance. It's an average night at Oakland Alameda, by the way. Let me do the propers before we acknowledge that dice roll. It's a tough hitter's park. The singles are 3/1. The homers are 4/4. There are, this is kind of cool, 44,726 in attendance on an April night in Oakland. The A's are 0-1. The Twins 1-0. Ray Miller, the manager for the Twins, and Jackie Moore managing Oakland. Our umpires at third base, Tim McClelland. Drew Coble mans the second base area. Mike Riley down at first, and Don Deckinger, the home plate umpire, calling your balls and strikes. So Riho's ready. He's warmed up. His first pitch to Cook. It is a 5-7 base on balls to Kirby. And we didn't do the holds, of course. So that's a +2 Riho. His catcher title to the +1, that's +3, so the hold will be a +1, -1. You know Puckett's going to try. He needs a 2-7 for a good lead. That's an 8. Never mind. Puckett held close by a throw from Rijo, and here's Mark Salas, the left-handed batting catcher today, batting second. He could hit and run, but he's just going to hit away. He's got some power. How about a 6-9 against the lefty? Strikes him out. First strikeout of the day for Rijo. And there's one away. Here's Kent Urbeck. The H is silent. It's actually not. It's Herbeck. Herbeck playing first today, batting left. Puckett at first, held closely. How about a 1-9 against the right-hander? Fly ball to right field. Mike Davis is back, has room, and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Let's see if we can move this one along a little bit, folks. I'd like to get the other game in as well. Tom Bernansky playing right. If it gets tight, we'll slow it down for dramatic pause. But right now, Bernansky with 2 outs, 1 on. A 6. Jumper. We've only lost 1 die so far today in 2 games. That's not bad. 6-5 against the righty, and that's a strikeout. So Rijo strikes out 2, leaves 1. Nothing doing for Minnesota in the first. Rijo is 7, if you're wondering. And his opposing pitcher, Smithson, is 6. Smithson, a right-hander, takes the mound. Phillips to bat. Switch hitter batting left. The pitch is a 4-11. That's going to be a ballpark single. Not a good chance. Left-hander's a 3. It's a base hit for Tony Phillips on a 1-3. He rolls a 1. Gets that one through for a leadoff single, Tony Phillips. Let's check Smithson's hold. A +1. Nope, that's Randy Bush. Hold on. +2, so 0 -2. Tony Phillips going to try to get a lead. He's a 2-6 or a 10. He will be caught automatically on a 12, though. A 9 is none of those things, so no lead for Phillips. He's held close, and here's Bruce Bhakti, left-handed batting first baseman. Bhakti, a professional hitter. How about a 6-5 left-handed shortstop? X is going to be Gagne. He's a 3E29. Is he holding him on? He is. He's a 4E29. A 13's probably safe. 13-5. It's going to be a rare play. G3RP. Batter lines a shot. I hate this rare play. That deflects to the fielder who makes the play to first for the out. So that was a score that a 1-6-3. But Phillips moves to second. And Bhakti is out. 1 down, runner on second. Here's Dwayne Murphy. Smithson, the pitch, a 6-7, left-handed. Ground ball, second base X. Here we go again. Not responsible for... There is no runner to hold in this case. Phillips not being held at second, I don't think. Nope. So Lombardozzi's a 2E8. Pretty good fielder. How about a 10-8? G1. G1, nothing. Runner will advance. So Phillips over to... Oh, doesn't matter because that's... Oh, no, that's not the third out. Shoot. That screwed me up. Dwayne Murphy grounds out to second. Phillips over to third with 2 outs, and here's Kingman. Kingman, the designated hitter today. Lots of power. Power to spare. Time for the Pups afternoon walk. All right, Chris, thanks for hanging out, man. Enjoy the walk. We'll see you later. Hope you enjoy the game tonight, if you're watching. And here's Kingman with Phillips at third, 2 outs. How about a 3-8? Grounder to short. 6-3, no problem for Gagne, and Kingman's retired. 1 left, no score as we go into the second. It'll be Smalley, Bush, and Gaetti for the Twins. Here's switch hitting Roy Smalley, bats left. He's got power from both sides. That's a 4-10. Fly ball to center. Murphy's there, and there's 1 away. Here's Randy Bush, left-hander. About a 3-10. Against the right-handed pitcher. Grounder down to second. Phillips is there and tosses to Bhakti to retire the second out of the inning. Here's Gaetti. Gary's got power. That's from the right side. 2-6. This one is banged off the left field wall. 1 hopper. Gaetti cruises into second with a 2-out double. And here's Gagne. Gagne, the shortstop, has some power as well. An occasional gap hitter. How about a 3-6 against the righty? Single 1-18 or a liner to third. It's lined toward Lansford at third. Past him. A base hit. He gets his glove on it, knocks it down, recovers quickly. Gaetti will stop at third. And Gagne with an infield single, and here's Lombardozzi. 2 outs, first and third, and Lombardozzi bats from the right side. Rijo with the pitch. Uh-oh, jumping. How about a 5-7 righty? Base on balls. That'll load him up. Rijo was trying to be precise. Lombardozzi lays off and draws the 2-out walk. Bases full of Minnesota Twins, and here's the dangerous Kirby Puckett. 2 outs. Bases loaded, as I said. Puckett waits. He's walked today. No official at bats yet. How about a 5-9? Single 1-4 or a line out to short. This one is hit toward Griffin, who's ranging and makes the play. Griffin with a big catch there. Had to leave his feet, but he comes up with it. Puckett is retired for the 3rd out. They leave 3. We go to the bottom of the 2nd. We're moving right along here. Smithson will face Davis, Lansford, and Canseco. Here's Davis. Right fielder from the left side. Got a spinner. 6-4 lefty. Shortstop X. That's Gagne at 3E29. 4 is probably a hit. 4-13. That's a single 1. And no error. So a base hit for Davis to lead off here in the 2nd. Mike's got speed. He'd actually be a 20 if he gets a good lead. He can't be a 20, but you know what I mean. So he'll try. 2-5. 7 does not a lead make. And Lansford up to bat. No score here at the bottom of the 2nd. 1 out. Davis on first. Here's Carney. A 3-5. Hit foul down the first baseline. Herbeck's over near the stands and makes the catch. Retires Lansford for the 1st out. 1 down, 1 on. Here's Canseco. Batting from the right. Possible wild pitch. 16. Uh-oh. That is a wild pitch. It gets away from the catcher Salas, and Davis down to 2nd. A wild pitch for Smithson. He's a little prone to that sometimes. Now there's a running scoring position with 1 out for Canseco. Canseco back in the box. No! I'm going to grab that one. That's not too far. The 20 is the worst when it jumps. It just runs for days, baby. And we'll drop it in the back door here. A 4-2 for Canseco. That's going to be a hit toward short, single 1-8 or a line out. Get back in there, brother. Line drive, shortstop makes the play. That's Gagne with the catch. Canseco retired for the 2nd out, and here's Griffin. Alfredo is very fast. Has a reasonable bat, a 285 hitter this year. Runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Here's Griffin. How about a 4-8 batting left? Single up the middle. No asterisks. Davis is going to be around 3rd. And we'll do some calculations. Mike is pretty quick, a 1-15. Was he being held at 2nd? Yes, 1-14. 2 outs makes it 1-16. And the center fielder's arms, a -4 Puckett. Wow. 1-12. They're going to wave him anyway. Try to get the first run here. And Davis is in ahead of the throw. Puckett made a good throw, but it was offline a little bit. And Griffin ends up with a 2-out single. Alfredo now. A 2-11 to get a good lead. Holy mackerel. How many times did he try to steal? He stole 49 bases. Or he tried to steal 49 times, was successful 33. Yeah, he's got a good lead. Is 1-15. 0, so 1-15. Griffin steals 2nd. And Tettleton back in the box. The 0-1 pitch to the switch-hitting Mickey. That's not a racial slur, folks. That's his name. I don't even know if he's Irish. I don't think he is. 6-11 lefty. Grounded down to first. Herbeck will field it. And that'll retire the side. But Oakland picks up 1. They lead 1-0 as we go to the 3rd. And I have to go check on the dogs, who have become unusually quiet out in the yard. They're probably just standing on the porch waiting to come in. It's a nice day here, so. They like to observe the neighborhood. Nope, they are not on the porch. Let me find out where they are. Here's Mickey. Come on. Not scared. Come on, get cookies. Where's Mickey? You want to get cookies? Come on. In the door you go. Dogs successfully retrieved. We head to the third. 1-0 Athletics. Thank you guys for listening to my broadcast today. It's Salas, Urbeck, and Bransky for the Twins. They trail by 1 here in the third. Rijo back on the mound. Delivers to Salas. How about a 3-3? Ballpark homer. This one's hit deep to right field. It is back. It is high. It is far. It is only a 1-4 chance. Mike Davis makes the catch just short of the track. 1 down. It's tough to get him out here, folks. And Herbeck will come up and try to do the same. Herbeck 0 for 1. The pitch from Rijo is a 3-4. Fly ball to center. No problem. Murphy makes the catch for the second out. Here's Bernansky. Bransky 0 for 1, struck out his first time up. It's a 3-9 and strikes him out. Third of the day for Rijo, a 1-2-3 inning in the third. He holds on to a 1-0 lead that the A's will try to extend. Top of the order, Phillips, Bakhti, and Murphy. Phillips 1 for 1. How about a 5-6? Left-handed. Second base A. That's going to be... Who the hell's the second baseman? Lombardozzi. With an easy play to retire Phillips for the first out. Here's Bakhti. Bakhti had that meaningless rare play, a 1-6-3 ground out. 0 for 1. 6-8 left-handed fly ball to center. Puckett's there and plenty of time. Bakhti's retired for the second out. 2 up, 2 down for Smithson, and here's Murphy. How about a 4-9 left-handed? A double 1-17 single ATT 20. This is in the gap to right. It's going to get down, and Murphy will motor into second ahead of the throw. 2-out double for Dwayne. Here's Kingman. 2 outs, Murphy in scoring position. Kingman 0 for 1. Smithson, the pitch to Kong. 4-5, strikes him out. Timely strikeout for Smithson. The A's leave 1 and still lead 1-0. We'll head to the fourth. 3 innings means I need to sip water to stay hydrated. All right. It's going to be Rijo facing Smalley, Bush, and Gaetti. Smalley 5-6, left-handed, a single 1-10 or a grounder to second. This one's on the ground toward Phillips, and it's through. A base hit for Smalley. And he's got a little speed. He'll get caught automatically fairly often, though. He'd be a 14 if he gets a good lead. He needs a 5. On a 9 or a 10, he's going to be pegged. We need that. He's going to try, though. It's a 7, so nothing happened. Smalley held. And here's Bush from the left side. How about a 5-12? Left-handed, ground ball, first base, X. That's Bakhti. He's a 3E14. Make it a 4 because he's holding the runner. And that 4 is going to be a base hit. Single 2. And that is a 12 on the E14. Single 2E1. Not good. Single and error, batter to second. Runners advance 2 bases. Who's that error on? Having a brain damage. Bakhti. The error was on Bakhti. So it's an E3. It'll be Smalley to second, Smalley to third, Bush to second. Nobody out for Gary Gaetti. So 2 runners in scoring position, nobody down here. Twins trail by 1, and it's Gaetti, who's doubled today. Here's the pitch from Rijo, a 2-2. Fly ball to deep center field. Back on the ball goes Murphy. He's on the track, right again, up against the wall, and makes the catch. Tries to get something on the throw, but it's going to be way deep enough for both runners to advance. So Gaetti ties the game with a sac fly. Smalley scores Bush to third, and it's 1-1. Randy Bush at third with 1 out, and here's Gagne. They'll play the corners in. Gagne can drop down a bunt. He's an A bunter. He's swinging away here, though. It's a 6-7 right-handed double 1-7 fly ball to center. This one's hit out toward Murphy again. He's trying to chase it down, and he does. Going backwards, a great catch for Murphy, but it's going to be another sac fly. Bush tags and runs home ahead of the throw. So back-to-back fly balls to center with runners on third. And the Twins take a 2-1 lead here in the fourth. How to bring up Lombardozzi with 2 outs. He walked his first time up. How about a 4-5 right-handed? Grounded to short. It's going to be Griffin, a 1E25. Get back in there, Bobby. How about a 6-10? G1. And nothing doing. So Griffin makes the play. Retires Lombardozzi, but the damage is done. The Twins jump out ahead. 2-1. A's will try to make up the difference in the bottom of the 4th. It's Davis, Lansford, Canseco. Those guys could be the heart of any order right there. I don't think anybody knew that just yet, though. Jackie Moore sure didn't. Here's Davis, left-handed batter. He's 1 for 1 on the day. Scored the only run for Oakland. How about a 4-7 lefty? Single up the middle for Davis. And he'll hold at first. And he'll try to get a lead, 2-5. To get in scoring position. He's very fast. 7, he does not get a lead. Here's Carney Lansford. How about a 4-7 right-handed? Single 1-4 grounder to first. That could be past Urbeck. It's not. Kent takes it, makes the play. It's actually going to be, is that a B? Yeah, it's a B. So Urbeck scoops it, fires to short. And they retire Davis at second. Lansford reaches on the fielder's choice. So Carney's on. Canseco steps in, and Carney will try to get a lead. He needs a 2-5 or a 12. That's a 4. He's got a good lead. 16. -0 is a 16. Lansford steals second easily. So Carney's on second now with 1 out, and Canseco back in the box. The 1-0 pitch from Smithson. About a 5-8. Strikes him out. 2 down. Canseco was swinging for the fences there. All he needed was a base hit to score a run and tie it up, but he was thinking 2-run homer. Well, here's Griffin. He did single and drive and a run his first at bat. He knows what to do here at Lansford at second. Let's see if he can do it. A 3-5. Single 1-10. Line out to second. This one's hit towards the second baseman. Lombardozzi, will he have a play? No! It's into the outfield. And fielded quickly. Lansford got a late jump and has to hold at third. So Griffin does not get an RBI. It's 2 outs, first and third for Mickey Tettleton. Tettleton grounded out his first time up. I can't get it in the box, baby. It's a 3-10. He's batting against a righty. Ballpark homer chance, 1-4. This one is deep to right field. Is it deep enough? No! Plenty of room out there for the right fielder, Bernansky. He catches it shy of the track, and the inning's over. It leaves 2. The A's can't make up the deficit. They still trail by 1 as we go to the 5th. Here is Rijo on the mound to face the top of the order. Puckett, Salas, Urbeck. Puckett's 0 for 1 with a walk. Kirby waits the 2-9. Strikes him out for the first out of the inning. Here's Salas. Salas gave one a ride, but it was caught on the track. How about a 4-4 against the lefty shortstop, X? That's Griffin again, 1E25. If he doesn't hurt himself, he's going to win a Gold Glove. That's an 8-14. G1. G1, nothing. Griffin makes the play. 2 down. Salas not exactly fleet of foot. Griffin probably could have ran it over there. Here's Urbeck. Urbeck slowed out twice. A couple of deep drives. 6-9. And this time he swings and misses. Strike 3. Rijo lays him down. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th strikeout for Rijo. Smithson got it. I think he's got 2. I'm trying to get in the habit of notching those to make my life easier when I tally. I'm failing at it, but I'm trying. Nothing doing in the 5th for the Twins. They still lead 2-1. The A's coming up top of the order. Phillips, Bach, D. Murphy. Phillips 1 for 2. Here's Smithson. Both of these guys are... Smithson's a 6 fatigue, just checking. 3-6. What? She's rolling. What are you going to do? She's outside.
Look at her face.
Yeah, she's a mess. Ugh. That's what she does.
I just gave her a bath.
I know, she's a dog. That's what she likes to do. Phillips draws a base on balls to lead off the 5th. He's going to try to get a lead because these guys are running today. An 11 is no lead and no caught. Phillips held close. Here's Bhakti. Bhakti 0 for 2. My dog Midge got really dirty in the yard after she just got a nice bath yesterday. But that's what she does, folks. What are you going to do? Well, back-to-back walks by Smithson. And it's first and second with nobody out for Dwayne Murphy. Murphy, 1 for 2 on the day, doubled his last time up. How about a 3-5 against the right-hander? Strikes him out. First out of the inning. Murphy not happy as he walks back to the dugout, and here's Kong. Kingman 0 for 2. 2 runners on, 1 out. 2-9. Yep. That's what Kingman does, folks. Look at that big, bold 2-9 versus righties. That is a home run, baby. A 3-run homer for Dave Kingman. Phillips and Bhakti score ahead of him. Kingman trots around the bases, keeps his head down. He's done it before. He's not showboating. That's what Dave can do. It's now 4-2. This one turned around in a hurry. Smithson can't believe he left that one out over the plate. There's 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. The A's now lead 4-2, and it's Mike Davis coming up. He's got 2 hits and 2 tries. How about a 1-6? Double 1 to 7 fly ball to center. Puckett is chasing this one, and he'll get there. Kirby runs down the hard hit ball by Mike Davis for the second out of the inning. That'll bring up Lansford. He's 0 for 2. It's a 5-7. Right-hander. Lansford down on strikes. Third out of the inning. But the A's get 3 on the Kingman home run. They lead 4-2 as we head to the 6th. Rio coming out. He won't be in fatigue trouble yet. And now he's got a lead. Bernanski, Smalley, and Bush do up. Here's Bernanski. 2-5. Grounder down at third. Carney Lansford's there. And throws to Bhakti for the first out. Here's Smalley. How about a 6-7 against the left-handed batting Smalley? Double 1 to 7 fly ball to center. Murphy trying to chase this one down, and he's there. Center fielders showing off their range today. There's 2 away. Here's Bush, 1 for 2 so far. Scored a run. How about a 5-11 against the lefty? Strikes him out. Rijo looking strong with the lead now. We're through 5.5, and Oakland leads by 2. Smithson coming back out. He is in his fatigue inning now, his first one anyway, and it's Canseco due up. Jose's 0 for 2. That's 2, 3, 4, 6. There we go, Italian strikeouts. How about a 1-8? Canseco, the 5th strikeout for Smithson. 1 away. Griffin, 2 for 2 today with a stolen base and an RBI. How about a 1-6? We can make that 3 for 3. A single right up the middle to center field. Griffin going to try to get a lead with Tettleton coming to bat from the left side. He needs a 2-11. He's good. 1-15 to be safe. We don't know yet. A 4. He's safe well ahead of the throw. Griffin with his second steal of the day. Alfredo feeling it out there on the bases. And here's Tettleton. They're holding Griffin at second. That's how fast he is. And Tettleton. 4-3. Lefty. Pitcher X. 3E14. Let's take a look at what that means. How about a 16-9? G2. G2 nothing. Runner on second. He looks him back. Looks Griffin back to second and then tosses to first for the second out. Tettleton retired. Hope you don't mind. Do we move this one a little quicker than the last one? So there's 2 outs. Griffin on second. They're not holding him anymore. Go ahead and try if you want. How about a 4-5? No, they are holding him. God, he's like a 2-11. Never mind. 4-5 against the left-handed batting Phillips. Fly ball out to left. No problem for Bush. He retires the side. Oakland cannot extend their lead. They still lead by 2. Smithson, no fatigue issue yet. And Rijo comes out for the 7th. This is his first possible fatigue inning. He'll face Gaetti, Gagny, Lombardozzi. Gary's 1 for 1, doubled, and drove in a run on a sac fly. How about a 1-5? Strikes him out. 7th for Riho. There's one away. Here's Gagne. He's 1 for 1. Also drove in a run on a sac fly. 6-3 right-hander left field X is Canseco. A 4E15 adventures in the outfield with Jose. There should be a rare play where it bounces off his head and goes over the fence. 14-11 on Canseco's 4E15. That's a G2. Nope, hold on. F2 and E11 on Canseco's 15. Right? Yep. Canseco makes the play, despite our commentary. And there's 2 down here for Lombardozzi. Lombardozzi trying to get something going for the Twins in the 7th. Riho looking strong right now. It's a 2-7. Well, Lombardozzi draws a base on balls against Riho. His 2nd of the day. And it'll be Puckett. Puckett 0 for 2, walked and struck out. 2 outs. Lombardozzi on first. He's being held. Kirby waits for the pitch from Jose. 5-4 righty, third base X. That's going to be Lansford. He's a 3E6. Very serviceable fielder. How about an 11-6 on the 3E6? It's a G2 and nothing doing. Lansford makes the play. He goes the short way to retire Lombardozzi. Puckett officially on the fielder's choice, but it's an 0 for 1 left. Nothing doing for the Twins in the 7th. Riho looking stronger as the game goes on. Oakland with a 4-2 lead, and they'll try to add to it against Smithson. Here's Bhakti. No! We're going to get that one. It's right in the middle of the floor. No furniture to move. Bhakti fouls this one off. It's good to get up and move. Keeps the blood flowing. Smithson back on the mound. The pitch to Bhakti. This one doesn't want to stay in there at all. How about a 1-7 against the right-hander? Grounded down to first. Handled by, pardon me, Urbeck. And he flips to Smithson, covering 1 away. Here's Murphy. A's lead by 2, bottom of the 7th. Trying to extend to 1-6 is a base on balls. Murphy down to first. He's got a little bit of speed. He's a 15. Can he get a good lead? Why not? Needs a 4. He gets a 2 instead. Not going anywhere. And here's Kingman of the 3-run homer that put the A's on top. Back in the 5th inning. Smithson ready. The pitch. 1-5. Strikes him out. Revenge was had. It's the 5th strikeout for Smithson. 6th strikeout for Smithson, excuse me. It's the danger of tallying. If you miscount, you're going to screw up your stats. So there's 2 away. And here's Mike Davis. Davis 2 for 3. Scored a run. How about a 1-8? Uh-oh. This one is hit. It is deep to right field. Home run 1-13, double 14-20. Going back on it is Bernansky. Puckett coming over. It's off the wall. A 2-base hit. Murphy's going to round third. There's no asterisks. They're going to wave Murphy home. I don't even know what his chances are, but he's being waved home. Going to be fielded by Puckett, who's got a -4 arm again. Well, we've been here, haven't we? That's a 15. He was being held 14. 16 -4, 12. Murphy's in ahead of the throw. Puckett's throw is offline and cut off. And Davis with a two-out double adds to the Oakland lead. It's now 5-2. Smithson looking like he's at the end of his gas tank. And here's Cardi Lansford. A 1-12, hit by pitch, and that's going to be all for Smithson. He's losing it all now. So Smithson's day is over. We'll tally him quickly at the end of this inning, but right now we're just going to find a reliever. So Lansford on, Davis at second. 2 outs. And who's the pitcher going to be? They don't have much of a pen. They're going to go to Alan Anderson. Anderson is a 3E17 with a 4 fatigue. Smithson went, what, 6 2/3. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hits, 1 homer. A wild pitch and a hit by pitch. We don't know about the runs yet. Walks and strikeouts. It's going to be 1 strikeout, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, 3, 4, 5, 3 walks, 6 Ks. See, I end up tallying him anyway, so what's the difference? And Canseco comes up to bat with 2 outs, 2 men on. Oakland with a 5-2 lead. Canseco 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts. 4-9. Uh-oh. Normal, home run 1-12, double 13-20. Canseco connects. This one's deep to left. Going down the line, curving. It might be fair. The left fielder Bush is back there. 19, it's off the wall. Going to be a double, I believe. 4-9. That's going to be a 2-base hit. 1 run will score. With 2 outs, Lansford's around third. He's going to be waved home. A 1-13. That's Randy Bush out there with a +1 arm, 1-14. He wasn't being held, 1-15. And 2 outs, 1-17. Never mind, the throw's cut off, the run comes in. Canseco with a 2-run double. And things aren't getting any better. It's now 7-2. Oakland over Minnesota. And here's Alfredo Griffin with Canseco at second and 2 outs. Griffin is 3 for 3 and has stolen 2 bases. How about a 1-5? Well, it's not over yet, folks. This one's chopped out toward the gap. Triple 1-5, double 6-20. That's going all the way, rattling around out there. Canseco scores easily. Griffin races around second, his 4th base hit of the day, and he's in sliding with a triple. A run batted in, his 2nd on the day. Alfredo Griffin having a monster day. He's 4 for 4 with 3 singles, a triple, and 2 runs batted in. Well, now it's 8-2, and Anderson's probably going to be in there to take the beating. Tettleton comes up. Tettleton 0 for 3 today. How about a 2-6 against the left-hander? Strikes him out. Strikes him out indeed. So finally the 3rd out of the inning, but 1, 2, 3, 4-run score. It's 8-2 as we go to the 8th. Rijo with some breathing room comes out for the 8th. He's not in fatigue danger yet. He only gave up 1 hit, so he'd still have to give up 3 hits or walks to be in trouble. He's going to face Salas, Urbeck, and Bernansky. Here's Salas, 0 for 3 today so far. 3-7 strikes him out. 8th of the day for Rijo. He's pitching well. And with that lead, he's pretty comfortable out there. He can just throw strikes. Here's Urbeck. Kent Herbeck 0 for 3. How about a 3-4? Fly ball to center. Murphy's there. Plenty of room. 2nd out of the inning. Here's Bernansky. Bernansky 0 for 3. He struck out twice. How about a 3-7? Fly ball to center again. Murphy's there. No problem. A 1-2-3 for Rijo in the 8th. And he's sharp right now. A's lead by 6 as they come up in the bottom of the 8th. Top of the order, it'll be Phillips, Bhakti, and Murphy against Anderson. Phillips will bat right now against the lefty Anderson. How about a 1-5? Base on balls for Tony, his 2nd walk of the day, 3rd time on base. They're going to hold him, but this time Tony's not going anywhere. The lead's huge, 6 runs. That would just be Barrican etiquette. 1-3 against the lefty for Bhakti. A grounder down to first. Fielded by Urbeck, he flips to Anderson covering, and Phillips to second. So 1 away, here's Murphy. Dwayne, 1 for 3 today. Scored a run, doubled. How about a 2-2 against the left-hander? Single pulled, actually goes the opposite way to left field. No asterisks. Phillips around third. They're going to let him score. Doesn't matter at this point. They don't want to get anybody hurt. Phillips quick anyway, so no real chance there. Murphy with an RBI single. It's 9-2, and Anderson's just mopping it up. Here's Kingman. Homered earlier, 3-run shot. 3-10. Line drive right at third baseman. Gary Gaetti, who makes the play for the 2nd out of the inning. And here's Mike Davis. That's a 1-8 against the lefty. Home run 1-12, double 13-20. Mike Davis getting in on the act. That one is gone. A 2-run shot for Davis. It's a lot to not much right now, folks. And Anderson's just throwing batting practice. So 2 outs, nobody on. Here's Carney Lansford. How about a 2-7 against the lefty? That's a single to center. Carney not even being held at this point. They're just trying to get this 3rd out here in the 8th so they can go over to 9th and take their shots. 5-9 for Canseco. Grounded, pardon me, down to 3rd. Gaetti has it and fires to retire Canseco, but 3 more big runs. It's 11-2. The A's winning it going away. The last chance for the Twins against Rijo in the 9th, it's going to be Smalley, Bush, and Gaetti. No pinch hitters needed. These guys just need to get their bats going. They all have capable hitting power. Nobody can hit a 9-run homer, though, so they're going to need to piece it together if they have a chance. So Smalley batting left against Rijo. He's 1 for 3 on the day. Waits patiently in the box, 6-11, maybe a little too patiently. He's late on this one, lines it softly towards second. Could get through past Phillips, a 1-5. Nope, Phillips makes the catch. Smalley's retired. That's 1 down. Here's Randy Bush. Bush 1 for 3. He scored a run. 6-11, left-handed. Same play, single 1-5, line out to second. Same result, line out to second, 2 down. Shake these up because that seemed a little. All right, a little shake up there. Here's Gaetti. Well, last out, 6-11 again. Against the right hand? No, that was different. That was 6-9. Ballpark single chance for the right-hander Gaetti. Only on a 1. Otherwise, it's a line out to short. And this game is over. Griffin makes the catch. A 1-2-3 here in the 9th for Rijo. He settled down nicely and really pitched a brilliant game. You're going to have to tally this one because I think he has an outstanding result here. So Anderson mopped it up. Saved the bullpen a little bit for the Twins. Get these guys back in order. Right, so we got Puckett, the bullpen, the bench, and the starters. And then same deal over here. See who's, well, they used a lot of the pen last game, so that Rijo's complete game gets 4 guys back to, they used 5 relievers last game. So we got a 97, we got 100. I'm going by innings, guys, if you're wondering. There's Jay Howell, the closer. Didn't need him today. 97, Plunk's a starter, right there, right there. Everybody's in order. Bullpen not needed for Oakland today. And next time out for the A's, it'll be Moose Haas on the mound. Rijo pitched brilliantly. We got to tally him. This could be a spectacular game. There's not a lot of hits on that board. I think it's a 4 or 5 hitter from what I'm seeing. All right. So your final from Oakland, it's 2 runs for the Minnesota Twins, 11 runs for Oakland. They even their record at 1-0. The Twins fall to 1-1. 1-1. Both teams are now 1-1. Rijo gets the complete game win. He goes 9. Let's see what he gave up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hits. That's it. No homers. He gave up 2 runs. Are they earned? There was a single, another single. The E3 put him in order. 1, 2. No earned runs. Those aren't earned runs would not have happened. Those runs would not have happened without that E3. So, Rijo with no earned runs allowed. How about the walks and Ks? 8 Ks we got. There's 1, 2, 3 walks, 8 Ks for Rijo. A beautiful, beautiful game. A 4 hitter for Jose. Smithson, by the way, we ended up tallying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs. How many earned? That's earned. Those are earned. Those are all earned. That's all 7 earned for him. Anderson, goes 1.1 in mop-up duty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, 1 home run. 1, 2, 3, 4 runs, all earned. 1 K, 1 walk, 1 walk, 1 K. So the final results 2, 4, and I'm not sure about the errors yet. 14 hits for the Oakland Athletics, 4 hits for the Twins. Let's just look for errors real quick. There's the E3. Error on Bhakti, that's 1. I think that was it. So 1 error for Oakland, and let's see for Minnesota. Wild pitch, which we have marked already. Hit batter, which we have marked already. Nothing doing. So 2-4-0 for Minnesota. 11-14-1 for Oakland. Smith's in the loss. Riho the win, and that's where we stand from the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. I don't know if we should keep going here. What time is it? I should probably eat some lunch. I think I'm going to take a break. We might be back with another game. But I'm going to spend a little time with the wifey. We've been streaming for what? 4 hours? Something like that. Coming up on 4 anyway. So thanks for hanging out with me, guys. We may be back this afternoon. Not much else to do today, and I really wanted to play a lot of baseball. We do have one more American League game on the schedule for the Wednesday, April 9th. That would be the Toronto Blue Jays and Doyle Alexander against the Texas Rangers and Ed Correa. So the Blue Jays 0-1 so far. The Rangers 1-0. Jimmy Williams leading the Blue Jays club, and Bobby Valentine leading the Texas Rangers. Well, yeah, for now, we're going to take a break. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast of our 3 morning games. Pardon me. My voice needs a break, too. So thanks for spending your Sunday morning with me. I've enjoyed it. And maybe we'll see you for a little bit more of this Sunday afternoon. My name is Joe. This is JC Sports Replays, bidding you adieu. Yeah, we streamed for just over 4 hours here. Thanks, guys. It's been fun. See you next time.